Okay. Welcome, Council, to a special committee of the whole to deal with the budget, version 4. And before we do an approval of the agenda, I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to read our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that Wolfville is situated in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. And as such, ask that we conduct our business with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility.
Thank you. And can I have a motion, please, to move the agenda, Deputy Mayor?
I would move that we approve the agenda.
And a seconder, please.
I can second that.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Are there any additions to this agenda, staff? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. I understand that we don't have anybody from the public coming in online, and I don't see anyone in the room from the public, so we will not have public input, and we'll move right to, there are 2 staff reports for discussion, and the first one deals with operating and capital budget, and I will pass that over to our Director of Finance, Dr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Donovan. You're all by. So no, that's fine. Thank everyone for being here. We're gonna, as Deputy Mayor had mentioned, we're reviewing the draft operating and capital budget version 4. First slide, we're going to review some of the meeting objectives for today. Obviously, we know the process that has brought us to today as far as how do we get to a balanced budget? Where did we start? Where are we now? We'll then shift our focus into the operating budget and try to go through as in much detail as possible, line by line, where we've made some changes from version 1, 2, 3 to the current version 4. We will do the same with the capital budget, knowing that one of council's ask was that staff went back and reprioritized some of the capital plan for years 1, 2, and 3, which we've done. And then we'll wrap it up with the water utility budget, both the operating and the capital. This top will go away, Laura. So it'll go away in a few minutes. Okay. Process to a balanced budget. So how have we gotten to the current version of the 24-25 draft budget? There was a meeting, special meeting of COW back in November to identify the first steps for the fiscal 24-25 budgets, both operating capital, both for the town and the water utility. It was then followed by a January 18 COW where the versions were reviewed again. Actually, excuse me, let me back that up. The November 16 COW was more than just understanding the process of the budget and how to get through the process and what the fundamental objectives were going to be. Version 1 of the budget was reviewed at January 18th COW 2024. We had a second version. The January 18th version was presented by my predecessor, Director McLean. Then we had a second COW meeting for version 2 on February the 21st in 2024. That was a bit of a year in review. There were budget documents included in the information report as well. Then we split up in March, both operating and capital. We did the operating budget review on March the 5th and then the capital on the 19th. And now we're here on April 16th and we're reviewing version 4. For most of it, it's been 3 versions in essence, but we're referring to this as version 4. Oops. Where are we today? Version 1, we started with a deficit in the operating budget of about $250,000. Version 2, we were at a $200,000 deficit. Version 3, we became in the black and we were at a surplus of 7,600. As of today, we're around $2,000 in a surplus. How has that happened? Everyone's wondering. It's a miracle. A lot has changed. From the process of the January cow to now, obviously, we've had a changing of the guard with the directorships. Plus, we've also had department heads continuing to work on budgets. We've had more solidification of estimates, actual invoices coming in, more knowledge of where COLA was. First draft, we thought it was 4.2, it came in at 4.0. So there's been a number of dynamics that has brought to this new reiteration of the budget. It's not simply we've had a bag of money in our pockets and didn't want to share it with y'all. It wasn't that at all. This isn't the best version. I tried to get a lot of data into, this is the operating statement. So if you can't see that, is it clear enough? It's a little blurry. We're just going to step into the next slide, and that's going to, what this basically does is it shows you our top line revenues, our expenses, where we are for the net operating surplus or deficit, which we were at a surplus, and then what we've done with the capital programs as far as the reserves, and if there were monies that were needed to be transferred in order to fund the operating balance. There were, in fact, funds that are being transferred in this version of the budget. Overall, we're showing revenues of $15,036,806 in version 4 compared to $14,873,000 in version 1. Operating expenses, version 4 is 12.8 million versus 12.7 million in version 1. The surplus was $2.3 million in version 4 versus 2.2 in version 1. We take off some of the debenture payments, debenture interest, transfers from the various operating and capital reserves. And you've got now a surplus of $1,960 compared to a deficit of $249,800. We will now step through relatively line by line without going in too much of a granular level, but at least to show everyone and afford that comfort level so you know what has changed and why it's changed. Some of them have simply been transcription changes from one budget version to another. You'll see a couple little, office supplies went up $600 and heat went down $300, that type of thing. Those are just transcription changes as we've gotten better forecasting information to the end of 23-24 and been able to pull that into the budget in 24-25. So we're going to start with our top line and our revenue. I wish I had another screen because I'd really like to have this up. Unfortunately, I don't. Until we build a town hall. We all need 2 screens. So here we have taxes and grants in lieu of taxes. So our budget improved by $88,000. How did that happen from version 1, 2, 3, and 4? Originally, the budget was presented at a 2.2 cent per $100 of assessed value deduction in tax rates. I think it was in the January cow council asked to put into the budget not as large of a deduction. Instead of the 2.2 cents, it went to 9.95 cents for both commercial, residential, and resource. Overall, that improved our revenue by about $88,000. And stop me at any point if there's a question or something that I say is unclear. Sale of service and cost recovery. This is a couple things. We had $200 put in land lease in the original version of the budget. We hadn't recouped that in almost 3 years. We took it out. It was an immaterial amount. We then also have an increase in recoverable costs. That comes from a few things. Those are recoverable costs for corporate services, IT, parks, public works, and the sewer. They basically recoup from another department. The costs are still there, but they're shared with the water utility, Federal, provincial, federal, and other grants, we had a gain of about $11,000. 5 of that came from the destigmatization dementia grant for the Memory Cafe. Originally was recorded at $20,000. The actual funding came in at $25,000, so we had a gain of $5,000. And then we had some federal student funding grants that simply were transcribed from one budget version into the budget version for just from this being a living document. This is something that it's grown as we've gone through the process. We've fine tuned it. We've gotten better information and hence we're getting better results. You'll notice in the presentation, I'm trying to bold out and bring to your attention when there were changes in either the operating, and you'll see it the same in the capital budget format. Anything that doesn't have a bracket means that it's a positive result. It's a positive change. If you see that I have a bracket, it just takes it. For instance, in the next line item, that means that it's a deficit for the budget. It's hurt or impacted our budget negatively. Simply meaning either it's an increase in expenditures or a decrease in revenues. In this instance, it's an increase in expenditures. So salary and benefits. Overall, we had an increase of about $84,000. And I've gone into as much detail as I can to identify where that has landed. There's been an increase. We have a vacancy of the CAO, so we don't have those salaries and benefits from April until June. We had a change just prior to Christmas of a couple general admin positions where they were promoted to managers. We had another one in finance where Jennifer was promoted to a manager. Along with their salaries, of course, their benefits increase as well. We had additional honorariums for the fire department. We had small adjustments to the planning department simply for some merit increases that were put in place and staff training, and hence moving along in the pay scale within that particular staff's position and title. Public Works, we have the addition of a permanent full-time project manager proposed in this budget. This has not been approved by council. This is part of the budget. We've prorated the term of that particular individual. We've just prorated them from August until the end of March. So it's not a full year of salary and benefits, but overall it's roughly $72,000 of additional expenses that weren't in the last three versions of the budget.
I think we might have some questions on this one. Councillor McKay?
I actually want to go back. Can I go? I
Okay,
wasn't
sure.
sure if we were asking
Absolutely.
as we were going along or
Sure.
not, so I was just
Sure.
waiting.
Yeah.
The very first one, so we had 88.3.
Yeah.
So that was just the simple change from but the change from 2.2 to 0.095.
Yeah, so it's like
Okay.
1.25 cents.
Okay,
And
and
it was-
nothing in between.
No,
Okay,
no.
Okay.
And it was $63,000 roughly percent, so that works out to, yeah.
got it. Okay. So the recoverable costs, so those changed because just the way you reallocated them?
No, so for instance, if payroll goes up, so
Yeah.
this full-time project manager, for instance, if any of their costs are recoverable through another department or wages go up in certain departments, then use IT for an example. If David's wages were to go up, some of his expenses are his salary expenses are recoverable because he's utilized across the entire organization. So for instance,
We
if,
still spend it,
beg your pardon,
but we still spend it.
we do still spend it.
So it negates to zero.
Well, but see, it goes on the water utility. So
the
for
water,
now-
you're taking it from the water, not just the operating.
Yeah.
budget. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a reallocation from the water utility to our operating expense. Okay, got it. And where is the accelerator fund in our operating budget?
It's not in the operating budget, it's deferred revenue until we actually start to expend those funds. They're designated for specific purposes, but they're not purposes that would recapture any of the current operating expenses.
So none of our there's no revenue or expenses recognized in this budget.
Correct.
Um, What was the next question? Can you go to the next slide? again?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm hogging the questions.
No, that's a fun.
So that one, the last one, that's where the project manager, so my two questions are project manager and then the accelerator fund has a senior planner attached to those. So those two, if approved, will have to come back for motions to council. Both positions,
Yeah.
correct?
And there's slides coming up that will actually show our staffing levels. And it will actually take us from 2022-3 to 24-25 and kind of show you the growth over those years and where they've been. So whether it's been additional hours or the full-time project manager or the housing accelerator fund, those are the types of positions that we're hoping to add. Okay?
Other questions? Um, uh, Director Hopkins, can you just explain the CAO vacancy? While we don't have a permanent CAO from April to June,
Sure.
we do have an interim CAO who I presume we're paying him.
So the difference
Right.
being is the permanent CAO will be an employee of the town. That expenditure for their salary and benefits would go
Right.
through as an employee expenditure for salary and benefits. Our current interim is a contracted individual, so his expenditures are seen in
In
contracted
contract
services.
services. Okay, thank you.
I think that's in one of the next.
It is. It is. Yeah. Make sense?
Good, thank
On to
you.
the next. Professional development. We have increased expenditures of about $1,800, rough, I rounded it to $2,000. And basically, there was a slight decrease in professional development in the CAO office, and then an increase in town council for the International Town and Gown event. Office expenditures not going to cover $300, but we're down $300 in office expenses expenditures. Yay. Yeah. Legal, we've also taken a reduction in legal costs. We simply went through a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe, I think it was, after the last COW meeting, the management group and department heads sat together and just went through literally each budget. And we wanted to see where we were year over year versus actual. So we looked at the budget year over year. We looked at the actual compared to the 24-25 budget and said, you're up here. Why are you up? Let's go back and look. And Devin and Nick and Alex and myself and Rob, we all sat together and kind of worked through, do we really need these? Are these actually going to be executed? If they're not, and you don't have a plan for them, then let's at least take them out, put them on a contingency, and make another assumption. So that was our process, and it went really, really well. And I think it was an opportunity that we were able to work better as a team as well and get into everyone's budget and help everyone out. So legal was one area that we had a lot of legal in the last couple of years. Obviously, the collective agreement had been ratified. There were some additional expenses in 22-23, trickled into 23-24. We don't expect those same level of legal expenses. We're going to also bulk up our HR policies in this fiscal period as well. We think that we can decrease our legal expenses by $10,000. Insurance, we talked about that and
Councillor McKay,
Certainly.
sorry.
I'm curious about that because I feel like we've done a lot of legal over the last bit, and as we continue to roll out memorandum of agreements and all of those types of things. Got fire, we've got maybe new town halls, like we're gonna be looking at all these new things. I would think those would all need legal review, and we have a fair amount of public asks about our things too, which then we spend a lot of money from individuals who ask us questions, and it has to go on to council, I guess our council of legal. So I feel like we spent a lot of money on council, or I feel like we get a lot of advice, so I'm surprised that it went down by 10,000.
So last year was the largest year we'd had in probably
that's why.
three or 4 years. As far as undertaking any of these capital projects, that can be capitalized. So it wouldn't be an expenditure. Memorandums, MOU of understanding, that would be something that I wouldn't have necessarily an astute knowledge of. So if there's money that you feel that we should put back in the budget, by all means, this is your budget. And we'll take council's direction as to what the next steps will be. Any more questions on that one?
We're good?
No?
Sounds like we're good.
Insurance, we talked about that, I think, on the March 5th, in March 5th COW. We simply had a higher estimate than what actuals came in at. Our actual insurance for the properties, for all coverage was $266,000. We do share some of that with water utility. Overall, we came in 17,800 less than what our actual, less than our original forecasted or budgeted estimate was. Heat, $600, a little bit higher than normal. That's just normalizing from the past 3 years. Repairs and maintenance. The first one is, now there's an error on my part, and it's the very first line, reclassification of capitalized track to capital year 2. That's actually an error on my part. That should be to year 1, and it needs to be added to the capital budget. It's not currently in this version. It will be in the next iteration. It's roughly $15,000, if I remember, Alex.
Excuse
we-
me, what is capitalized track?
Oh, it's the avalanche on the top of the roof for the Public Works building. You know how you see those little tracks?
Okay,
Am I speaking right?
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's an avalanche guard essentially to stop sliding snow and ice. from
Okay.
So it's a safety.
crushing somebody.
thank you. I thought that we had an ice track somewhere
Yeah.
that maybe we could skate on. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm just jealous of Halifax.
Yes.
We also had a reduction in the rec department to reduce the repairs and maintenance expense over the last 4-year average. We just felt it was slightly high, so we reduced that. It was roughly $5,000. So 15 for the metal avalanche and $5,000 for the rec department repairs and maintenance. Vehicle repairs and maintenance, this is again something we just went through each department, identifying where we've been in the last 3 years, trying to normalize what we had expended in 23, 24. If we didn't have expenditures and we felt we had monies that we could, that hadn't been utilized, we felt that we could reduce those as well. That's simply a reduction of, by looking at actual expenditures and seeing where we have been over the past 3 years, adding a slight component for inflation. And this is the new repairs and maintenance for vehicles. Operational equipment and supplies, same type of thing. We had some savings through IT. We reduced salt consumption. We went again through, had a couple years which were anomalies, as far as one that we purchased very little. 1 year we purchased a great amount. So we took the 4-year average and we were able to reduce salt by, I think it was $6,000 in that. Same thing with sewer collection. It's just us sort of taking a more forensic dive into some of our expenditures and making sure that we were utilizing the proper costing adjustments to ensure that we covered cost of living and any CPI increases that we might expect, but not having so much so there that we'll never have any expenditures throughout the year. Contracted services. Now, this is a bigger one, and this will take a little bit more conversation, and please stop me anytime under any of the bullet points. The largest difference we have seen from version 1 to version 2 was we thought we were saving a significant amount of money transferring from the MPSA to a PPSA. And we will, so beg your pardon. And I apologize for the acronyms as well. I shouldn't be using acronyms, should I, Barb? Barb's gonna wag her finger at me here in a minute. We thought we were going to save monies based on the initial estimate. What we hadn't realized was there was a shared support component that that was not in the estimate. And that shared support component isn't support staff, it's just shared service of the call center and all of the office expenditures and that type of thing, their overhead. And it's billed to the town based on the number of full-time equivalent officers. In 24, 25, we have an estimate of 9 officers. Our expenditure for this year is around $10,600 per officer. We've increased that slightly, so it's roughly $100,000 over and above. In addition to our initial estimate with the new policing agreement, there was another $79,000 for a support person. And I'm going to just go to the next slide. This is showing you where we've changed. And can you see that? Again, I apologize. I'm not the best PowerPoint person, so my administrative skills are not fantastic. So the biggest difference you're going to see is when you go down to item F and item G and item H. Item F, public service employee support staff. We knew that was to be there. We didn't know it was going to be that expensive. We had an estimate of $50,000. It's coming in around $80,000. The shared service recapture, that's something the province is going to bill us at the end of the year. Again, we didn't have that into account in version 1. It's roughly $100,000. We're seeing a difference of roughly $180,000, which is about 10% over and above from version 1 through to version 4. So our contract services, that took a bit of a hit. We thought we had a lot more savings in that, and we don't. We simply don't. I'm putting this up just so you can see the detail of the difference between those two versions in particular.
Councillor McKay?
So F is the 79,000 there. So
Mhm.
that is the one, is that that's support staff next door. Right, the one that we said potentially might take, okay. And what's the 100, sorry, recapture?
So
power-
So that's basically overhead.
Okay,
So we get charged an overhead value per FTE officer equivalent every year. And
Beth,
that's
if I could elaborate, if I could.
absolutely, Rob, jump in.
Thank you, Beth. Sorry, your worship, I just wanted to speak a little, the cost that Beth is alluding to, there's a distributed cost across the province for H division. And the monies that are allocated, as Beth has alluded to, is for the dispatch services that is provided across the province, and an allocation for the management staff that supports the branch, the divisional leadership cost. And those costs are consistent across the province, whether we're into an MPSA or a PPSA. The difference was that when we were initially invoiced by the province, by DOJ in relation to our policing cost, they had not finalized the estimates for the support services, the shared services cost, excuse me. And so it was an omission on the initial invoice. So because it had always been included in the total amount on the PPSA, when we initially received it, there was no indication that there would be an additional cost forthcoming. And it's for that reason why, as when staff presented the information, we were under the impression that the numbers that we had previously presented to council were in fact inclusive of those shared services costs. So Beth, I just wanted to jump in and speak to that, as those shared costs have always existed, whether in a PPSA or an MPSA. However, that initial invoice we received from DOJ did not include that in the amount. So thank you, your worship, for allowing me to jump in there.
Now that we can see you, I can see your hand up.
yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
So when it goes from that amount, 179,681, wasn't it 52,000 on the last screen? So
So-
you had a budget of 130 or whatever.
Yeah,
in
so
there.
contract services is more than just
Did
the,
that, so-
let me go to the next
yeah,
slide,
sure.
just, so then it continues. Yeah. So this, I simply put that up because it's a larger dollar value and it's a significant change. We thought we had quite a bit of money in contract services and savings, and we don't. And hence the reason why is, to Rob's point, it's something that was simply missed in the estimation, and we thought it was there.
Right. If I could ask a question, and I probably will direct it to you, Rob. I know that we have a complement of 8 or 9 officers, 8 officers and 1 admin, or anyways. We've not had our full complement with the PPSA for some time. It is my understanding that in the MPSA, we're in a better position to have our full complement. If at the end of the year, we haven't had the full complement, will we still pay that percent of shared services, or, which means it makes sense to put that in now, or do we pay those shared services even if we only have 7 officers, for example?
Great question, your worship. And, one of the benefits of moving to the MPSA is it provides, in addition for Wolfville Town Council, to be able to have a stronger voice in the priorities for your policing service here in the community. It also provides for a financial return back to the municipality in case we don't have our full complement. And so under the PPSA, if we didn't have a full complement, there was no provisions for any type of cost allocation to come back to our municipality and to receive a credit for those positions that remain vacant for a period of time. And as I'm sure council will recall, and it was before my time, but when our previous CAO brought this forward, they spoke about the opportunity for council to actually have more hands-on management of your cost for policing, so that should we have those vacancies, whether through transfer or related to a hard vacancy or an extended vacancy related to long-term disability, that there's an allocation that comes back to the town, and that calculation would include a portion of that shared services piece that was alluded to.
Thank you.
Next slide's okay. Continuing the contract services, again, the savings. Approximately $52,000. It includes the policing agreement as well as these additional points. We have an increase of contract services in general governments because we have an interim CAO and we, as I mentioned earlier, that's on at contracted basis. We have an external recruiter currently recruiting for the CAO. That's an additional cost. Planning department, we had a reduction in contracted services and they had also had offered up $30,000 for the Soups Inside program, which is not currently in this version of the budget.
I just ask, I anticipate there may be some questions on this slide, so when you get to the end. if you could just-
Absolutely. Information technology, we've put $30,000 in the budget for cybersecurity, training, testing, and additional governance, policy and procedure creation in essence. There's some dam monitoring for $24,000, which goes hand in hand with a part in the capital budget for dam upgrades. That will be by a third party. The elimination of the boxcar, we had $30,000 initially in the version 1 of the budget to renovate the boxcar. We've taken that out of this version of the budget. We then will have election services of approximately $30,000, and that's again just an estimate today for October's election for council. Then we had Public Works. We had an annual road maintenance that we looked at over the last 2-year actual expenditures, and initially it was budgeted at $380,000. We've taken that down to $300,000. And I'm sure Alex will need to speak to some of this. And in addition to the roof that I spoke of earlier.
We could just stop
We will.
this one. Deputy Mayor.
I just wondered whether staff had a conversation around the boxcar. First, I thought it might be elimination altogether. Elimination of renovation is a completely different thing. So just wondering how that stood with the staff.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I think Devin's.
Is this on? Yeah, so we've more taken a step back on the $30,000 renovation, and there should be more discussion on that, whether it's actually relocated, eliminated and taken out of town somewhere. But that will bring that back for a decision if there's other ideas around it. I do know some people feel it's a beautiful piece of industrial art, if you want the full spectrum of opinions, but we can, right now, we just don't think there's a good reason to put money into it. And I think we took that kind of direction here as well. So that's where we're at today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Just in the reference to your lowering the public works number, I guess it's be directed to Alex. Are we falling behind on some of the, like, I mean, the minor repairs of the streets and sidewalks? Are you concerned about that? I guess would be the question.
So we're approaching a point now where a number of our capital street reconstructions are planned. So some of the areas that are flagged as having poor quality pavement condition are flagged for capital street reconstruction. So a street that will be reconstructing in 4, 5, 6 years, we're not going to spend a bunch of money milling and paving it now. If that's all just going to be torn up in a few short years. So it's getting more and more difficult to find locations that are large enough to make that contracted paving service worthwhile. So we're still going to pay attention to smaller repairs, intersections, crosswalks, items like that, but it's the large scale, from street A to street B kind of pavement projects that are being reduced. And some of this attention is also shifting the focus from street paving over to sidewalks as well.
Yeah, that's like, yeah. that would
Yeah,
be my-
which by their very nature are less expensive to repair in a lot of cases. So what we're looking at is basically a reduction to what we can achieve this year for items that are of high importance and won't be where we won't be wasting our money where we're tearing stuff out in a few short years.
No, I can understand that, but just I would be concerned about the, I'll call it minor repairs, that we don't fall behind, like, because once you fall behind, it's really hard to catch back up again. Would be my concern about that.
Agreed, yeah, and the minor repairs will still be a priority for Public Works.
And you feel you have enough money in your budget to do whatever you're gonna need for those minor repairs.
At this time, there's nothing critical that really needs attention as soon as possible this year. So the money that we have in our budget, once the budget has been approved by council, will be divvied up between the areas that are from highest priority to lowest priority. It's not fully planned out yet, so I don't have an answer with specific locations at this time, but that will be the next step after the budget process is complete.
Councillor Ingham?
Yeah, so I'm a disappointed about the elimination of the soups and sides, so I'm wondering if we can have a discussion on that. So when you have it in there, the planning department reduction in contracted services and an elimination of the soups and sides, 50,000, that's both of them? Like, you've got them limited there, so what was the budgeted for the soups and side? 30,000, that's what I thought, yeah. So the 30,000 was a full year? Like based upon a full year? Or?
Thank you. Through Mayor Donovan and the director to Councillor Ingham. Thank you for the question. So I'll provide a little bit of background on the program to help folks understand kind of the point that we're at as of now. So when the pilot wrapped up and council generously funded the pilot that ran as part of our year one inclusion work, at the end of that pilot, it was clear that Soups and Sides took a significant amount of budget to operate effectively. The market came back and they suggested that they would need $80,000 to do the program for approximately 1 year. At that point in time, we started the discussions internally to see if there was a way that the town could anchor that program, because the market was also struggling with some capacity. So we looked at anchoring it internally, supporting that, and then going out and seeing if we could basically pull in some partners and raise some funds. The director of planning did a bit of a deep dive, found some budget that he thought we could work with. So that was where the 30 came from. And our manager of community development, Nick, was able to secure a co-op student for a 4-month term. So that was already in budget. And we have got a student who will be starting. If Soups and Sides is not happening, she will be able to support us with other programs. So for that $30,000, basically for folks to be aware of, we were looking at needing about $1,000 a week to operate that program. So we were working with the assumption on numbers that there was about $400 a week that we were paying in rent to the market to use their kitchen facility. It's about $300 a week for food, $200 a week honorarium for a chef, and about $100 a week that would cover things like promotional items, marketing, but also the sides part. So of course, with Soups and Sides, the soup is what you eat. The sides was the programming, and there were programming costs associated with that. So the hope was if we were able to support that $30,000 with that investment, that then we could go out to partners and see if we could raise some dollars so we could lower that 30. So Councillor McKay was very helpful and had a good discussion with WBDC They were offering more along the lines of supports in kind as opposed to a cash investment. Acadia was kind of similar along that vein. They're already supporting some food security programming on campus. So we weren't getting that far with conversations, looking for a dollar amount that would really make an impact on that 30 that we were looking to step up with. So because that's kind of where we were landing and understanding that this was a program that we didn't want to start and stop and start and stop, and also understanding that we needed to go back and really look at delivering a budget that was a lot tighter than some of the earlier versions. That's why this amount came out at this time. Of course, it's up to council to make these decisions. I think we all are passionate about this program. We are still hopeful that we will find a way to get this back up and running, but that needs to be a much bigger decision than staff can clearly make. And it's not a small investment.
So was that 30,000 based upon a whole year, or is it based upon a certain amount of months? Like, you know, because I'm thinking soup in the summer isn't as attractive as in the colder months, right? So was that assumption based upon the whole year?
So the program was set to run with that budget amount and with what we were contributing through staff supports. We were looking at running for approximately 48 weeks. So we would be running, but then taking some breaks for holidays and you know, kind of, we wouldn't be operating all the way through the holiday season. So meaning around the Christmas holiday. The other thing that's important for everybody to recognize is that the town's investment in this program was with the lens of inclusion. So we were bringing people together to have an opportunity to develop relationships. This, from our perspective, wasn't a straight up food security program. If we were operating something along the lines of a soup kitchen, you would need to operate every single week. You would not take those breaks. That would be really important to keep that consistently operating. So we thought with the 30, and then what we were doing through co-op support, and then trying to really bring back some awareness around the pay what you can component, which did dwindle in the pilot. The pay what you can component really shrunk after week 1. So we were hoping to increase that a bit to build in some sustainability. And then also during the operation of the program, if we were to operate it again, to go out, build awareness, and hopefully find a longer term funder. The intent would not be to have the town fund this on a long-term basis.
Can I ask a question on the same topic? Not to bump Isabel, unless Isabel's
Unless it's
question is on the
value,
same-
talking about soups and sides.
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead, then go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because this is a food topic, whether there's been any discussion with Devour and what they might be doing, because I know that they were looking at including some not-for-profit organizations on their site. I mean, they have a number of partners, I think, still planned to be located there. Whether or not there have been any talks, maybe between the market and them, I'm not sure. Are we taking the lead only in soups and sides? Is the market taking the lead? Or because I think there could be a number of players, like as Councillor McKay has talked to WBDC, I think there may be others that we could draw into the discussion before we say no to it altogether.
Barb, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, and again, so rather than this notion of saying no, I think the intention was always, if budget would allow, the town would come up with the 30 that would at least anchor it and give it certain amount of futurity. So at least get us through. We knew that with that 30, we could go forward. Again, with the hopes that we would pull in other partners. Devour has not been consulted at this point. They've not been, I don't believe the market has spoken with them either. But again, going to our usual partners, the partners who we anticipated it might be within kind of either an MOU or just kind of an already within our working realm. We just really believe that that would give us a sense to start building. There's other opportunities as well. We could certainly look at going out to Rotary. But again, without some amount to get the program up and running, we were really concerned. We didn't want to we didn't want to just do another 4 or 6 week program. We really wanted to go a little bit longer. So to kind of sum that up, Devour hasn't been consulted. We kind of stopped at that point after speaking with WBDC and Acadia. And again, with that understanding of where our overall budget picture was from a staff perspective, it was a little bit more, we were a little bit more anxious bringing forward this recommendation for council to support the full 30 at this time.
Councillor McKay?
Thank you. We had a good discussion about this at the WBDC. I had a chat, so I think that a whole bunch of things. Personally, I think going from September to spring is probably good. The market does its market nights on Wednesday nights. The community often also does theirs on Thursdays. So again, another complementary type of thing that, and I think they were looking for supports in some way too. So wouldn't want to, you know, hurt each other's programming, I don't think. There was a grant that I passed on that we could get $8,000 from right off the bat. There was a conversation about the local restaurants supplying, instead of an honorarium, the WBDC sort of contribution would be like try and solicit the individuals to volunteer their time so that that didn't cost from an honorarium perspective. And then there was good conversations about the WBDC itself doing lots of volunteering and going and helping. They were all, I think everyone resoundingly said that would be incredible. Let's all take a turn. And then there was a conversation around similar to what Devour did for the food bank on chicken dinners, maybe a fundraiser to help this one. And then something rocks. It's in the fall. It's out on. Yeah, something rocks the farm. Something rocks the farm. Something rocks the farm. I forget exactly what it's called. I should get it right. But it was looking for something like this to be a long-term sponsor of. So I think there's lots of opportunities out there if we wanted to put it in the budget and say, let's go out and search for those things, because you know, a 15-minute conversation, we came up with all of those. So I think we can. And I've asked, maybe it was Rob, I'm not sure, how we can, because there was also a lot of interest in individuals wanting to donate. And we at the town don't take donations. Penfield does for their, I forget the name of their character, their Mudley person, Spike. Spike. But they take donations sort of from the front and process them for those types of things. And I wondered if, I know that Oven was looking at doing something like that, and it would be something we could do as well. And it just goes in and we collect it on behalf of the program that we want to run. So I think there's ways to do this. I personally think it's great. I think it was great for inclusion. Because then my next question would be, if we're not doing it, last year we had a real push on doing EDI, and now we're cutting it. I feel like that is not acceptable from my seat anyway.
We do have a donations policy. It never got off the ground. I remember working with Director McLean on that, and it's never gotten off the ground, but there was, I think it got written, but I could be wrong on that, but I do remember discussions on a donations policy.
And I think that was the council before we came on.
Yes.
So, yes, I think it was written, but it's
Yeah,
never
it's
been
never been-
enabled, and it's never, like, you can't come into our front office and
That's
give
exactly
donations.
it.
Which
It's
people really, I've heard that lots and lots of times. I would like to see
not
that
been
happen.
operationalized ever. You're
Ever.
right.
No.
Because
So
it was
is not.
supposed to do exactly that.
Yeah. So I am in favor of leaving this in the budget and finding ways to make it work. And if it isn't the will of council, I'd like to know what other programming we're offering in this vein of EDI.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who went on first here.
I'm definitely last.
You're last, okay.
So my question now isn't about soups and sides.
Okay, do we want to stay
We're
on
gonna-
soups and sides? Do you have anything?
Mine is, Barb, just to clarify, Barb, you think the total cost of the project's donations are not, is about 80 grand? That's the number you were carrying?
That's what the market came back to us with. There were quite a number of people who were supporting the market to get the pilot up and running and then kind of unpacking it afterwards to kind of figure out how do we sustain this, go forward. 80, I think, is reasonable. How we reduced that was we were taking away the need for basically a staff person that the market wanted to bring in for part of the year by, offsetting that with some co-op positions and then also having some additional staff time. So we reduced part of that. And then we thought rather than a full 52 weeks, we could reduce that number down to about 46, 48 weeks potentially. The other piece too was we were committed to really bringing back that notion of pay what you can, so that we were generating a little bit of revenue week to week.
And do we give a donation to the oven? Are they on the list of people that we donate to anyway?
5,000, isn't it? Grant.
Is it 5,000?
Isn't it again a 5,000 grant?
Which one's our strategic grant?
Yes, strategic.
Yeah.
There's a slide.
I think it's 5,000.
If they're one of the strategic partners, I wasn't aware that they were.
Well, that's
Like, well,
They're the strategic partners. These are the ones that we've got budget this year.
Oh, yeah, they're not.
no, they're
oh,
not.
we've given them money, haven't we? 5,000?
Yeah, they're. Build it, yes.
Build it.
We
Yeah,
gave them
capital,
money,
but not operating.
right.
Okay.
They were going to not ask us for money. That was when they came to the town, they would not ask for money for operating.
Mayor Donovan, if I may, through you, just to go back to the question that Councillor McKay had on what we're doing kind of in our year two of inclusion approach. And this question did come up when Aditi Sharma was here presenting with me. And we were kind of thinking at that point that the soups and sides budget might be sliding out to the side a little bit, wasn't totally firm. So currently what is in the budget right now specifically for inclusion is 15,000. So last year it was 10 and Director McLean, before he retired, gave it a little boost to 15. I will note that accessibility every year receives a budget of $5,000. So with the 15,000, the plan is not soups and sides. That was always going to be the separate budget item. But the inclusion budget would be roughly 5 to support training, which is in development right now, a full program to support staff and council. In addition, there would be support of the host family program to get that back up and running. Again, that program came out of community engagement that we did. There was a desire to support specifically the international student community. For the host family program, 10, and then 5 for the internal training.
Okay, other soups and sides comments? Deputy Mayor.
I guess I'm wondering if we could tentatively leave it in the budget to see whether people come forward, whether the interest amongst the community is there. But I'm also concerned about Barb's time because she's already very busy and she would be taking the lead hand on this too, I think. So I'm kind of wondering if we can stack one more thing on her deck.
If I'm looking at the word inclusion, as much as I like the host family as well, that's very specific in including one group into the community. If we are intentional about inviting that group to soups and sides or to a larger community thing, I see that more as inclusion than saying, let's post. I'm not sure how many people we would host in a host family, but 25. And how many was it that when you said, sorry, the presentation, it was a small amount for the first year that we would actually assist with, because it was two students, one community member, but it was what? 20?
Starting with 20.
Yeah. So that seems like a small number for the word inclusion to me, as opposed to community inclusion, but that's
That's a
just
good
a
point.
feeling.
Uh, Before I go on to outside of soups and sides, I think we probably need to put this to bed. Is this a soups and sides? comment?
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, but you had your own one too.
But mine is not.
Oh,
soup
yours
and
is not.
sides.
No, I mean, I do like both programs as far as inclusion goes. I do like that because you're inviting people into your family. I like them both. But I'm getting the sense by talking to Barb, like that we need to commit in the town 30,000. And so we basically, if we go out and say so-and-so is going to help, so-and-so is going to help, we don't know that right now. So in order for this for council to sort of buy into it, we would need to come up with $30,000 minus the $8,000 that you said somebody was going to give. But to say that, WBDC was going to, get some partners and businesses in town, we don't know that for sure. So if this were to go, we would need to have $30,000 from somewhere. That's what I'm thinking as far as the budget goes now.
If we wanted to do it for 48 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say I am not in favor of doing it for 48 weeks. I would take the holiday break at Christmas, break. And then not do it during the summer, because I think it does compete with other community groups that are doing virtually the same thing.
Sounds to me on soups and sides, and then I'll get to Councillor Madeira Voss.
No rush.
It sounds that there's a great passion or some passion for this program. And I do believe that there are other places that we can get some resources. I am very conscious as well that we said we are not going to raise taxes. And I think that that's still where my head is at. And I do know that staff have spent a great deal of time and thank you very much, staff, because you really have gone back and whittled things and found places, which suggests to me there's probably not another $30,000 to whittle back. So I'm wondering if there is a process of setting this particular item aside. I don't know how one does that during budget. I think we want to get the budget passed, so we don't have a lot of time to go out and talk to WBDC again and to Rotary and to to other groups that might donate. Jody, Councillor McKay mentioned one. So I don't know how we do that process wise, but let's keep my suggestion from what I hear is that we should just keep that in the parking lot. It's not over yet, but I'm not sure tonight we can resolve it unless we get to the point that we're prepared to raise taxes. And I don't think we're anywhere close to that at this stage. So if I could suggest that we park soups and sides for now, not sure when we take it out of the parking lot, but for now. And Councillor Madeira Voss, you have another item.
Yes, and it's not soups and sides.
I know.
But it's another one.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have made you
It's
wait.
another one that may generate a lot of passion. I'm not taking a position here. I'm asking for information on what the cost would be if we were to eliminate the boxcar. Sorry,
I was gonna ask the same. question.
because I think I'm actually,
It'll cost more than 30,000.
well, I'm fine with, 30,000 not being spent on that this year, because I think there are a lot of other things that in my mind would be a greater priority.
Soups and sides.
But this boxcar, I mean, this is my fourth year, and every year we talk about that boxcar. And I think before we can even suggest what direction we may or may not go into, we need to know numbers. And unless we let it sit there and just disintegrate, rust out and then, but I think, which is really what it's sort of doing right now. But I would like to know what the cost would be to get rid of the boxcar? And what are the options? Like what does that mean? Where would it go? Do we push it
Bottom of the bay. Go to the bottom.
yeah, down the track or whatever? But I'm just curious as to what, I know we don't have to, we're not gonna make a decision on that tonight. But I would like to just have more information on what our array of options would be around the boxcar.
I won't say it.
We can
Yeah.
bring that back to you, but I will say that we have had, Alex and I are calling it a tentative offer, from someone to take it away. So we can bring back more information
Cost doesn't
on the cost of, well, this is why we're
$60,000
saying
to get rid of it.
tentative. We can bring back more info on what that looks like.
Excellent.
Do you want to add anything to that or?
Could just Sheldon Cooper.
Middleton Railway Museum, maybe? That was one last question on that.
I just want to
Not the same.
come down some morning and it's gone.
Yes.
Counselor McKay.
I have a follow-up maybe to Counselor Palmer's question. So I think Rob had said that we're gonna get, CEO said we were gonna get a operations plan in May. Or at least a list of things that were going to be done, because I think from my level of comfort, I think that list of all of those things is important, because then we would know what things are on for EDI. I think what things are being done in Public Works in terms of streets that need repairing. Throwing it out, have you been to Grandview lately? But anyway, it's been, there's lots of street, like, I'm sure there is work to be done in terms of maintenance. So what are those? I think not that we need the full charters that we've had in the past. I'm not sure those were particularly helpful as they were, but we had those for a few years. But a list of the things that all departments are probably working on that make up some of those numbers. Because then we can say, we get to look at it and go, yeah, you're not that your estimates aren't probably spot on, but is there a priority that you may have missed or that we're hearing in the community that may need some extra attention or whatever? But I think the plan, usually we get the plan about the same time. So I think those things are helpful and may alleviate some of the questions like, what else are we doing in EDI if we have a sort of a work plan for the year? I think we would have those questions and just have a sense of comfort when someone asks you, what was that $80,000 for? You took that away, and we go, oh, I don't really know. That's not a good answer.
See, Rob's hand is up. I don't know if the question or
think-
or response.
Just a response to your worship, and I appreciate Councilor McKay bringing that up. I didn't actually provide a date in terms of May as being the time in which an ops plan would be forthcoming. However, for the very reasons that Councilor McKay had mentioned, staff want to have that information to council sooner than later. What we have had the discussion, and partially because, not partially, I would say the majority of the impetus for not having it before you is this time has been cut from a workload perspective and making sure that we get a balanced budget in front of council for your consideration. However, to the points that have been mentioned, I think that from council's perspective, by having a greater understanding in terms of what the deliverables will be as a result of your investment in this budget and in terms of what you can anticipate the benefits to our community. Should there be a initiative that is not moving forward because of a variety of considerations, perhaps not the least of which would be relative to our staff moving something forward, it could be that interdependency that exists with other stakeholders. I think council wants to know that sooner than later, so that if you council wishes to go back and revisit a consideration, there could be some capacity in the event that an initiative isn't moving forward as anticipated. And again, if staff had its way, we'd certainly like to have that information and have it codified in front of you. However, again, I can assure you that your staff have had their head down, working like a son of a gun here, making sure that we get this before you in a timely fashion. However, I wanted to mention that we'll absolutely, and we're prepared as well today to speak to anything in particular relative to the ops plan, but we want to get it codified sooner than later for council's consideration. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Good discussion. Other questions about anything on this page or last page? Okay.
Flipping
Take
pages.
the next
Next
page.
slide, here we go.
Flipping pages, that's good.
The next additional cost to version 4 of the operating budget were some of the new grants with some of the new requests to council related to Acadia events. We had a presentation by Acadia Athletics and Acadia Events. Overall, the overall ask was an extra $20,000 for events. There was a slight different marriage of the athletics, but overall the athletics ask was the same, just for a longer term. So we've simply only added the events. Annapolis Valley Trail Coalition made a request for $10,000. The Curling Club made a one-time capital request for 25. And then the Historical Society Randall House made a one-time capital request for $50,000. Questions?
Yes.
Councillor Madeira Voss.
No, just a comment that I was very happy to see those items listed there.
Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Acadia, so I'm just trying to get or wrap my head around what in total we would be giving to Acadia out of this budget. So the normal 30 out of the MOA, well, that's what used to be there. So still,
150.
Acadia, it was 146. This would increase it to 166, excluding any of the tax exemptions.
so $166,000 to Acadia for overall funding.
Yeah.
And was that was that Brian Finnis's ask for the pool as well?
That includes
That includes
$75,000
everything.
for the pool.
Okay. that's
That
what I-
includes that.
Yeah,
That's
it
what I
does.
couldn't break down between it. Okay.
Yeah.
So 75 for the pool, the extra 20. And then the rest was the normal amount for parks,
Destination.
Destination Acadia and recreation programming.
So there's 75 for the pool, 35 for recreation, 11,000 for bursaries and scholarships. And if you just give me a second. 30,000 for events. And I believe that brings us to the 166. Let's see here.
I think it does. Yeah. So
15 for 15,000, sorry, 15,000 for day camps. I was missing 15.
So
It would be helpful if you could send that list to us because we may get asked.
Absolutely.
that
So
would be-
75 for the pool, 20 was for extra events.
So the event
35
that we
for
took
rec.
total will be 30 for events. 30 for events, 75 for the pool, 35 for athletics, 15 for day camps, $10,000 for bursaries, 2 bursaries, and a steep bursary for 1,000 for a total of $166,000. Stead,
Instead.
excuse me.
Yeah, got it.
Instead.
Okay, thank you. Because we received presentations on the curling club and the Randall House. I don't know that we ever discussed them in
did.
great detail. Well,
Well,
not compared to what we've had in the past, and there certainly has been no motions.
There's been no motion.
No. Yeah, usually we do that, so that's why we usually do
Well,
a
usually
motion.
it happens in the budget, doesn't it? It goes into the budget. We did motion that would go forward to the budget.
Yes, that's.
Yeah, that's all we did, yeah, okay. Usually discussion, yeah.
Councillor Palmer.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I think that there's none there that I want to play with, but I guess my light really shouldn't have been on.
And Deputy Mayor Elliott.
Small point probably, but the bursaries for Acadia, I remember we only gave those bursaries to someone from Wolfville. And we used to get information about who from Wolfville got a bursary. I'd still like to know that.
Yeah.
Is it being given is that money going regardless of whether someone is selected from the town or not? That's a question in my mind.
Shouldn't, because that's the requirement, is it not? But whether they,
Have we paid those amounts out of the last number of years is the question, I guess, because then that might. If we didn't pay it out, maybe no one.
we could follow that. It's Nancy, is it not? She looks after that. Nancy
We can
Hudgens?
follow up on that. Get back to council.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this page? Okay,
This is, I'm just trying to organize a little bit of a summary with projects and descriptions and budgets, and I've seen a number of different iterations of the ops plan over 10 years. So my question, and you don't need to answer it, but I think you should think about this. We've tended to organize the ops plan around these more like themes. So it'd be like climate initiatives, social equity initiatives. And as we're sort of grinding through this stuff over the last few weeks, it might be more useful for council and the community to see it organized by department.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
another way. Okay, so by department, okay, answered.
I think so.
I don't.
I don't know.
Thanks, Devin.
We can refer to the names, but.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is education support? At the Board of Education? Oh, no, we still pay that. What we don't pay is corrections and social housing. No, that would be a big one. We'd have a huge tax drop. But that's not the board, that's not our 40% to the board, is it?
No, overall, there was a $45,000 increase in education, $39,000 decrease in King's Transit, and then a $6,300 for from Kings Point request from 10,000 to 16,500.
But what is education?
I don't have the details on that. I'll
Okay.
have to follow up on that.
Isn't that the amount that's on our, the amount of our students? That we pay for our students?
Yeah,
that go to
but
the
that's-
Education base, so, and it went up by 45K, that means we have really increased the amount of young.
But that's a big,
families.
huge amount that for to. If
$45,000
if it's to the Board of Education, that's 40% of our operating budget. So I'm just
45,000?
curious. No, 40%, like, you know, in the pie chart, it's.
I will take
big
that away
amount.
and get back to
Okay.
you.
I just wondered if it was some other education thing or if it's the amount we give to the province for education, I guess. Yeah. I've not seen it listed like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been education support, but it's been we pay it to
We
the
pay-
province based on the number of students that we
Students.
have that go to school.
Yeah. And it's quite huge.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a
After the
160,
teacher strike or before? Okay.
there is a transfer in order to cover the operating budget and offset the deficit. There's $165,000 that's proposed to be transferred from the operating reserve, principally to cover these initiatives that are placed in these point form here in Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition, the Curling Club, Devour, the election, and the Randall House Ask. The total change in the operating budget was a positive $252,000, which brought us from a deficit of 250 to a surplus of roughly $2,000. Which, once council decides how they would like to move forward with the operating budget, obviously that 2,000 will be utilized and or put in surplus and plan to be deposited in the reserves.
All right. Councillor Ingham. Thank you, Edger.
I'm curious as to why those came from reserves. And the extra asks from Acadia did not, but we cut programming that we offer internally. I don't understand that.
Good question. These asks were asked to be put into the budget for 24-25. The soups and sides was a conversation that as a leadership group, we had the discussion, and to Barb's explanation, she was concerned that she didn't want to get it started and not be able to finish it. It's not necessarily earmarked for those particular, it's simply those happen to be the same values. Those are new asks. In order to cover them, that's what we would need to take from the operating fund. Oh. Not your fingers. Should we remove any of them or make any adjustments? Obviously, that value would change as well. And it wouldn't have to be with those item points. So we're utilizing funds in order to fund the operating budget. If I took the 1960 off that, we'd be down to 163, which wouldn't have any.
No, yeah, it's not the dollar value. I just am throwing it out to my colleagues to saying, that's what was there, but we did put funds to an external organization inside of our budget to fund them and cut our own
I guess
internal
these are
programming.
one time.
So is
funds.
Bensacadia an extra 20,000 or maybe
Oh,
so is
I
the
go.
pool. But,
Okay, well,
but I
the
mean,
pools every year, but yes.
Yeah,
but they aren't.
Yes.
They have to.
they aren't
Katie.
consistently in our budget. They have to come back and ask every year, so which makes them one time, where if they were programming we wanted to do year after year, those should be embedded in our budget, I feel.
And in particular, these items were added after the last version, so hence why the operating surplus was.
Yeah, I'm not saying it from a staff, but I'm
No.
saying I'm lobbing it out to
Absolutely.
the horseshoe. I'm trying to.
No,
think of the word, the
I
horseshoe.
agree. I agree. That's a similar question that I was gonna ask, but you asked it better. But I'm just curious, when are the motions coming? Because I always think things are final and we have a motion and council votes on it. And so right now, we haven't had the Annapolis Valley Trails, we haven't had the curling club, we haven't had Randall House, right? So really,
I don't think
that's.
we do motions on each individual one. You can just take one out or put one in, but we vote on the whole budget.
No, but like, we haven't actually approved to say that, like, have we said for sure that we're giving money to the Randall House, like in a council meeting? It went to Cal, but it didn't go to council.
Yeah.
We have not.
We have.
So that's what's confusing me is like,
I don't know if they do that. Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
think
when
we
is
should
it?
do a motion like we did for Landmark East.
did
We
for the-
have,
yes,
so.
you're
now we
right.
did one for Devour, so I mean,
Yeah.
so I'm just wondering, where is it all coming? Because that's.
You're right.
And I
yeah.
think we should do them for our staff positions as well. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
like, I think.
Yes.
Whatever this looks like at the end of the day, but whatever. Some of them are short term. Like the.
So what would- yeah.
Short term should say exactly what that is.
So what would have to happen for these non-repetitive ones is that now the election would not fall into that because we have to do the election, but some of the other ones, the vows we did. Yes. Okay. Right.
Can I
But-
ask?
So just to summarize those discussions, so individual motions will be needed for these capital grants to other organizations for any new staff positions. Rob?
Thank you, Your Worship, and the conversation and the concerns that expressed are certainly very valid. They're not concerns, but I guess the question, they weren't concerns about asking about process. And from a process perspective, I think that a byproduct of the presentations for example, the Randall House, the Curling Club, and so forth, when those presentations were made before council, a question that council had at the time was what are the budgetary implications should we support this initiative? So council paused at that juncture because you wanted to have an understanding in terms of the broader budgetary picture to find out how these asks could be incorporated into the budget. And out of an abundance of caution, council just held off on making a motion of support or non-support predicated on understanding where we are at this point in time. So I'm hearing some questions about, we always expected there's going to be a definitive motion of council, but from a timing perspective, we've moved forward and we're into, the later, we're beyond what we normally would be in terms of our timelines for the adoption of budget, which is not an issue. However, what that did do was it probably precluded these motions coming forward sooner, with council not understanding or not knowing, because staff didn't have it prepared yet, be able to explain how, if council should wish to support these, it would be built out in a broader budget. So I know I'm stating the obvious, but I wanted to kind of hearken back to some previous deliberations when council, there was some musings about support for an initiative, but at the same time, in an abundance of caution, making sure that you were living within your means, living with whatever budget was going to be adopted by council. So that's why we're at this unusual place where we don't have those motions of support previously, but should council wish to support them at this juncture, at the very least, you have a fulsome understanding in terms of how they fit into the broader budget context. Thank you.
Councillor McKay?
So we could, when we get to the point of approving a budget, just list those out and say that we're going to do those things, because I think that I think the community needs to hear that as well, that we are supporting those and those amounts in relation to the submissions that they put in for their asks that went through Nix, right? So, and then my next question was, because I also posed the question of using our funds to pay for other things and cutting our own programming. So if we did move things around and took more out of reserves to do those things, what does our operating reserves look like? Like, I don't want to say that without making sure that we have money to do that. Oh, paper, the slide. Of course there's a slide on. Yeah, I just asked before. I knew what was coming. I was just a permanent. Yeah. Doing a great-
Any more questions
Very
or
good.
comments?
Okay.
Next slide. Just to show council basically what that means for tax rates for commercial residential. It'll simply identify, we're at $1.4655 with the reduction of 0.95 cents for residential and resource, and we're at $3.56 cents for commercial. The value roll is on the bottom. You'll see 586 million for residential, 43 million for commercial. Overall, a total property value roll of $630 million. It equates to $10 million. If you skip down quite low into this particular slide, it equates to $10 million of revenue for the town. Year over year, it's about an 8.25% increase because of the valuation change, inclusive of the reduction of the 0.95 cents per $100 of assessed property value. This is a slide that Director McLean had included in many of his presentations, and I just thought it would be something good to include to ensure everybody had a comfort level and could see this visually. Where are our taxpayer dollars being spent? This is broken down by division, and I kind of thought in my head how to present this to ensure that people understand and see where the town's dollars are going and how council is utilizing that and putting staff to execute certain functions. And I broke it down by dollar. If you look at the bottom second column, it says $1,465. That's basically if you had a $100,000 assessed property. You would pay $1,465, and of that, 272 would go to general government, 271 to protective services, 253 to partners, 229 to capital programs and reserves, 227 to public works, $171 to community development, $64 to planning, and the sewer is actually a recapture because that includes the
that?
revenue from the sewer rates.
Oh.
So that's additional tax monies. It's just something that I thought was interesting that I'd come across.
Yeah.
I thought it was very interesting and it was simplistic.
That's easy for people to understand.
Yeah. Graphically, similar thing. It simply shows where our dollars are being spent. I've broken it down by divisions, which in the GL or general ledger in the finance department, we have things broken down by department, and then we have them broken down by division. So when you're talking about public works, or you're talking about planning, or you're talking about general government, that type of thing, parks and recreation, they're broken down by division, and hence why those categories are there. Staffing. So this is simply a budget to identify all of the staff that we currently have can you see that well enough? Yeah, I'm sorry. Some of the slides, depending on how you put them in, they don't always come out in the best format, or as far as populating to the right size. This has the last 3 years, 2022, 3 over 23, 24, and 24, 25. 24, 25 is in the blue column. 23, 24 is red, and green is 22, 23. And it simply shows by department. It's a little bit, from my perspective, there's a bit of a guise there. I found it really interesting, and I had Jenny help me with this. Interesting as far as I'm accustomed to working for private industry, and in private industry, you'll have full-time, part-time. Here we have seasonal and temporaries as well. So to equalize those to a full-time equivalent, it took some matriculation, and there may be a higher headcount in a department, but longevity wise, they may not be working the entire year. And hence there's a lot of calculation that goes into this. Overall, here it's broken down on your left-hand side by the different divisions. And then there's an explanation to the right. So overall, in 2025, with the proposed new project manager, with the proposed senior planner, the full-time equivalents for 24-25 would be 50.59 FTEs, full-time equivalents. That's up 4% from the prior year and up 4% from 22-23. You'll see some of the changes in here. We've had an increase in general government, which would be within the finance and admin group. We hired an admin assistant in 2022, which was increased the FTE by 0.6. Then we've had additional hours for that same individual, which is increased it by 0.2 in planned in 24-25. We have the increase of the public works project manager, which would be a full-time equivalent. We then have a half-time seasonal FTE for parks and recs. We have a full-time that we hired in planning back in 23-24, if you see the year-over-year growth. And then we have a senior planner, which would be part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. Now, that Housing Accelerator Fund, obviously the revenues, as Councillor McKay had questioned, the revenues nor the expenses, neither one are in the current budget because none of those have actually been executed or are underway. We're deferring that revenue until we have that program properly set up as Director Lake is doing currently and has the business plan for that. Lastly, then we have community development. We had an elimination of one of the directors. So overall, we've got roughly 2 full-time equivalents year over year, which represents 4% of our staffing. One of those would be a term position and one of those would be a full-time position. Any questions? Nope. Okay. This is the service exchange. This is something that we had looked at before. I brought it forward. This simply identifies the additional monies that the town is getting for the municipal financial capacity grant. We initially had some monies left over to exchange for reduction in tax rates. Simply wanted to show you with what we've done for reducing tax rates and then some of the programs in addition to the funding of the capital model, we're break even on those dollars right now. As far as corrections, you'll see that we've added money for corrections, but then our policing agreement has increased year over year by $97,000. So we've got a decrease of 82 and an increase of 96. We then have an increase of regional housing by 60. We're funding our capital funding model by an additional 180 over and above the required 6% that we put in every year. This is just, again, just a breakdown of where I feel the monies are being used. We talked a little bit before about some of our strategic and community partners and what money is in the current budget. Here's a breakdown of where we are on strategic partners. Approximately $127,000 is planned. Is that too small? I see people squinting.
No, just confused about one of them.
Did you want me to go through them or is it self-explanatory?
If I could just ask the 60,000 for the Wolfville Historical Society, I thought that was,
That's Randall House.
Yeah, but isn't that supposed to be?
isn't that 10?
10 plus 50.
Oh, so the 50's in there. Okay, that's what I didn't understand
Yeah.
because it's normally
Same with
10.
Wolfville Curling Club.
All
It's
right, right,
4,500
yeah.
plus the
Okay.
25 ask. When you look at community partners, which would include Acadia, the Apple Blossom. You spoke earlier about soups and sides. If you look down at the bottom, there's available grants to strategic and community partners. There's additional $24,000 that is not.
Yeah.
She's gonna go with them. Okay. And then the community partners, we've got $230,000 planned in this particular budget. You can see the breakdown of Acadia for the pool, athletics, scholarships, bursaries, major events. I seem to have, there seems to be something that might be. I'm thinking there's a double dip here. The
Oh.
Wolfville Historical Society and Strategic Partners, and then I have Wolfville Historical Randall House, 60,000.
It's the same. Just found $30,000.
Well, it may have been something that was already in version 1 prior to, I'm unsure. That's,
Is that number that fly over to our? Did we find $60,000 or is this just a sheet that's not?
no, this would be $60,000.
Whoa.
This is actually, so the total in the budget is
Soups and desserts
$380,000.
and sides.
Let's not get carried away. I'll advise you not to recommend it. Yeah, no, so in the budget, there's $380,000 in community programs. And that is between general government and Department 720 and Department 190. I was here late last evening going through all of this and I didn't see it until I'm looking at it a little bit more clearly. That's a great surprise. So it appears as there was a double dip in the budget. It was budgeted
Maybe
twice.
not use double dip,
Beg your
just-
pardon?
just maybe not double dip. We're online.
There seems to be a
A
duplication.
duplication
in
of a
the
number.
ask
That's
and
better.
what was put in the operating budget of $60,000.
I say well done.
So now there's 50,000 that's going back into operating. Right?
Yes.
Because that was the ask from Randall House, that's in there twice.
Yeah.
So the 50,000 is going back into operating, so we now have $51,960
Mhm.
as a surplus.
Oh, yeah.
So that means.
Soups and sides.
And there's additional $24,000
Works
for
for
other
me.
grants programs as well.
Available grants to strategic. Ones that we didn't pay, or ones we're budgeting that people
Mhm.
may apply for. Got it.
Mhm. So this came from the detail of the working papers and something that I hadn't been able to look at when we had done when I first came in February. So this was something that, just looking at it now, it just came to, yeah, wonderful. Wonderful,
Hear
good and
that,
bad,
Rob?
good and bad. I missed it. Bad that I missed it, good that it's there. Then there's also other programs and projects under general government, 5,000 that Barb had mentioned related to the accessibility program. I put international host program, but that's the EDI for equality, diversity and inclusion. The tree policy development for 12,000, and then there was a budget of $13,000 for video camera. And I genuinely don't know what that refers to. It was something that was in one of the working papers. I would have to talk to staff to identify, but there's another 40.
We know.
We know.
We know.
Oh.
Compliance.
I don't know if we wanted to take a break. We can start jumping right in. We can jump right into capital and keep the conversation going and.
We can. I just want to summarize a few things to make sure that I know. So the motions. So we will do whatever we do tonight. We have a motion that we did about a month ago to keep us solvent for April. It sounds like we're going to have to do that again to keep us solvent for May.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And then whenever we do that, we will have motions for these special capital asks. And is there anything else? And you can now, once you rejig those numbers, probably soups and sides can go back.
That's a good question.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's my understanding. I just want to
Yes,
clarify that.
I believe
Councillor
you're
McKay?
correct.
So when I'm trying to get it in my head too, so we will come back with a revamped budget with maybe the same. If Susan side goes back in and there's an extra dollars there, I would love to see accessibility go up more than Barb's not here. Cause that would be something that I don't think $5,000 is enough for accessibility, but you're the accessibility.
Yeah, I mean, everything
program?
sort of overlaps, like if we're doing stuff in town, it could be in the budget
Yeah.
of parks and
Balance.
everything else
Okay.
like that. So I can't tell you the intricacies of why we're putting on, National Accessibility Week, we're putting on a big program that would cost money also. So I don't know what we would use the money for,
Got it.
because it
Okay.
interlaces with other departments.
That 5,000 not for the printing of the book that you'll have to do again? Like
I
that will
can't
start?
confirm that. I'd have to ask Barb on that question. I really don't know.
And then,
3 years, yeah. I think she said it has to start again next year. Oh.
okay, so
Sure.
those will all come, and the solvency question I had it as well. It is not, this is April, we don't have another meeting in April.
No.
So we'll need to, do we need to add it on to tonight's council meeting, or are we rescheduling another one?
Well, does this need to go to another cow and then we need to pass it to council?
No, but what Councillor McKay is talking about, we don't have a budget,
No,
so
I
we are
know.
going, so we need to have another motion to keep the town,
Okay.
you know, for $2 million or
Oh, yes,
whatever it
okay, I
was to
get,
keep
yes, I
them,
see.
us
Yeah,
going
yes.
for the
Like
next,
to
for the
do
month of May.
payroll, see our bills. Do you know?
We don't have the motion right now,
Yeah, okay. If that doesn't know
the amount.
the amount, so we probably can't do it tonight, so we'll have to schedule another one.
Yes.
Okay.
It might have to be a Zoom meeting.
That's fine. I just didn't know if we could add.
All right. And I have one more question that I had asked Beth. I don't know if you've had a chance to find out. I know this council has to set the stipend remuneration for the next council, and I can't remember whether it's done, because I don't think it takes effect until like a year from now. Am I correct in that? So even the new council is still in the budget, the stipends that we have, and the new one doesn't take effect until April of next year. Yeah, so that's there's no need for us to pass that motion. We do have to pass it, but we don't have to pass it as part of the budget, is my question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Councilor McKay?
There's also a change to our, I'm looking at the two across from me, because our professional development. And I'm not sure where those sit, not to say that maybe they're not any different, I don't really know, but we were bringing the policy back to talk about next week again, so maybe there won't be any change. Given there's elections, probably not a big deal anyway. I'm looking at Laura too, but. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
perfect.
there's not a lot of
Just-
conferences.
No, and
No.
probably the first year not, so, yeah, just
I'll be
flagging
between
it
that
for
between now.
discussion.
All right, does anybody need a break, or we can go on to capital budget? We've got an hour and 20 minutes.
I think there'll be lots of discussion with the capital budget,
Yeah.
so if somebody does want a break, maybe a short break.
Okay, 5 minutes? Thank you. Welcome back. And I guess we're moving on to capital budget now. And take it away. We will go to about 20 or 25 after 7, and then we'll have a very quick break. Council starts at 7:30.
Okay, the capital capital budget, excuse me, version 4. Some of the key focus points in this principally are council had asked staff to go back and reprioritize. What do we need for core infrastructure for the town? What do we need? What projects are already underway? And what have been some of the instructions and or project charters that we already have in place? We will be reviewing those. Overall, there was about a $700,000 decrease from the March capital budget presented in version 3 to the $5.6 million presented in this particular version. We'll also look really quickly at funding assumptions. How we plan on paying for this? Some will be with long-term debt, some will be from reserves, and some will be from grant monies. Capital projects reprioritized. You've seen the majority of all of these. It's simply we've eliminated a few projects, which I haven't listed what projects we've eliminated, but we will go through which projects are currently there. We've talked about information technology. The new server cost of $41,000. We've talked about information technology needing the infrastructure at the Public Works building for switches and that sort of upgrade. That's going to be in Public Works. That's for $23,000. We talked about the new Welcome Center. Originally, it was at $600,000. We've added monies for increases in estimates. We've added monies for the outdoor shower. We've added monies for the removal of contaminated soil. I'm using that word correctly.
It's unsuitable soil.
Unsuitable soil. Thank you very much. Not necessarily contaminated. I knew it was the wrong word. Thank you. So we have the Welcome Center at $716,000. As you all know, it's well underway. Looking great. The rec center, the automatic doors is part of the accessibility plan. That's something that's been carried forward from the prior fiscal period. The fire hall site selection, there's $200,000 this year for the site selection and design. There's fire equipment upgrades for $20,000. There's Public Works, some new purchases and updates to their fleet. One to purchase a plow blade for the 2019 Wacker Newson loader. One is to replace a half-ton truck for about $55,000. The new 5-ton truck, something that council had already approved, was originally at $300,000, and then after the PSA, it came in at $407,000. Any questions on either of those slides? This one? Or this one?
I'm at traffic. I don't think you've done
Go on to the
traffic
next one.
safety yet.
Parks and Recreation,
Sorry,
we
sorry.
had,
Can I just ask a question back to the other
Absolutely.
slide? And this will be for Alex. Alex, so you're gonna retire or anything when you're not gonna retire the existing plow truck, are you?
Not at this time, no.
And are you gonna retire a pickup truck? To see you're asking for money for a truck.
One of the pickup trucks is being retired this year. One of the water utility pickup trucks.
only question? Any more? Then we have with Parks and Recreation, we have $32,000 for a top dresser, which will help with some of the landscaping and also help on manual labor through the town Public Parks and Recreation Department. We have a replacement of Vehicle 31, Suzuki Micro for $25,000. And I believe that one's being replaced and we can no longer service or repair it. The parts are no longer available. We have an electric vehicle transit van for waste and water treatment, which will cost $75,000. We then get into transportation of roads and streets. Kent Avenue, we've discussed this prior to. Oh, wasn't sure if that was a question or.
I live on Kent Avenue.
You need pom-poms. Kent Avenue is budgeted for $225,000 for improvements. And we have $60,000 budgeted for the various engineering projects that are that will be executed or undertaken in 24-25 by Engineering and Public Works. We then have under other transportation, $50,000 proposed for wayfinding, $75,000 for flood mitigation.
Question? Are we going to go into the 10-year budget around transportation and roads, or should we ask questions here? So is your plan to go?
No,
into-
we should ask questions here at the 10-year plan was part of the information report. The funding for it is in future slides as well. The funding is certainly there. The reserve funding is also there as well.
Okay.
Depending on what council's comfort level is and what
Okay.
level of detail they'd like to get into.
Yes. A couple of things. It would be helpful to have that, the street map of red, yellow, and green as part of this. The, what's in good condition, that there's a map, what's in red is in poor, and green and yellow. That would be helpful. I think we have received a number of questions, and also at planning committee, we had a person here for public input who was asking about Maple, and I know Maple is not anywhere in the 10-year budget. I've been telling people that because of all the construction that is going on Maple, there probably won't be anything done till Maple until that is done. Don't know when that will be. People are asking about sidewalks. Is there a better answer than I've been able to give them? And that's just one street that I've gotten questions on, and I think all of council has.
With respect to the map question, that's the pavement condition
Yes.
index. Staff complete that annually. That process is currently underway. I expect all the data to be collected by the end of next week. So that information can be summarized and brought to council in an information report. As far as Maple goes, the answer you've been giving people is the most current answer. We don't have Maple in our 10-year plan at this time. There's a number of moving parts with the development in the East End that we're I guess waiting for some more clarity, some more clear timelines. The housing accelerator plays into it, and how we actually do that, and how we move forward on that planning, still
So
undetermined.
that's the best answer. In terms of walking safety on that street, I don't know if maybe this will come up later, but any better answers than don't walk?
At this time, we're not planning on installing any sidewalks outside of a major street reconstruction project. Public Works will be reinstalling the speed bumps that we had out again to try and keep vehicle speeds in check. I guess one thing that can be expected from the development currently happening in the East End is that there will be pedestrian connectivity from that new development into currently built up areas to the west, Bishop, I think it's Bishop Ave that's right beside that.
So
and the
is it
park.
reasonable when people ask about that is to say it's not in the 10-year capital plan and therefore there's no plan to do anything on Maple in that time period? Is that reasonable, or?
It doesn't mean that something won't happen in the next 10 years. It just means at this time, it's not in the 10-year plan. So we can't give an accurate date of when that would happen. That being said, of course, with major street reconstruction, we will be, of course, planning a reconstructed street with pedestrian facilities
Sure.
as well.
We just don't know when it will be.
No.
When might we know when it would be? Like, it seems surprising that that street won't be done. I know when you paved it, it was to last for 6 or 7 years, which suggests to me that it would have been in the last part of the 10-year plan.
I would say I might have an idea by budget time next year.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And the other Maple question that we have gotten, some people who live in the town on, when, I don't think it's still, I don't know if it's still called Maple, but when it takes a jog to the right, if you're going south, that would be Maple. It's not, that's not a town road. After, there are people who live in the town, but it's
Yes.
a county road. How does that?
The
Get redone.
properties have frontage on a road that is not owned by the town of Wolfville. The services, the water and sewer services underneath the road are owned by the town of Wolfville, but
Confusing.
the road parcel itself is not owned by the town of Wolfville.
Okay, so when a town or when Wolfville redoes Maple, would it be reasonable to assume there'll be some discussion with the county?
Yes, trying to bring, I guess, clarity over who owns that road and some of the larger implications to that small stretch that you're speaking of being owned by the county, with the services underneath being owned by the town, and of course, properties having frontage on that road. There are some bigger questions that need to be asked in terms of long-term future planning on whether or not the town should own that portion of the road. So those questions will be asked as part of scoping the project for Maple.
Thanks, Alex. Councillor Madeira Voss?
I'm just curious for those houses that get municipal water and sewage, but they're on frontages on county. Do they pay town taxes or county?
They do, yeah. The properties are in the
town.
town of Wolfville, so they pay town of Wolfville taxes.
Taxes, but yet the road services, okay?
Yeah.
And do, no, okay. Councillor McKay?
We've talked for a number of years of having a pavement index, but for sidewalks.
Yes.
That's a good call.
Do we have that?
Some work has been done on sidewalk condition index. It's not updated as regularly as the pavement condition index because the data collection is a lot more manual than how they collect the data for the roads. They collect the data for the roads by essentially driving around in a vehicle with an app on the phone that monitors how rough the road surface is. For the sidewalks, it's literally having to inspect every sidewalk, walking the sidewalk and taking notes. So that data doesn't get updated as frequently. I don't know the last time that was updated, but that's something that I have been looking for as well as part of the pavement condition index. So I will be bringing that information with the updated PCI.
Because I'm just curious about how do we know what sidewalks get done? And then, what crosswalks then correlate to those and safety and all those things? And how does that feed into our active transportation plan that Devin is working on?
I'll address the sidewalk part first, sidewalk and crosswalks. What you're describing is essentially the core of asset management. We have a hodgepodge of different tools that we use to track the condition and map it out visually so it's easier to understand. We're making strides to try and be more consistent with how we collect that information, how we monitor it and present it, and how we use that information to make decisions in terms of budget preparations and what areas have higher priorities than others. So it's a part of a much bigger system. The information we have now can be updated and brought to council, but it will be eventually all rolled into one larger asset management process. Devin is going to speak to the AT side.
So that version of the sidewalk condition, you remember looking at that? Yeah. So the first round of that funding application, we actually included a whole bunch of sidewalks, and we ended up taking some of them out because of some of this uncertainty. And so the only two sidewalks that are in there are the one at Harborside, coming around where there is no sidewalk onto Front Street. So that is being tendered for this summer. And the other one was on Victoria, but where we're rebuilding Earnscliffe as a sort of top priority street, we're just shifting the Victoria project to Earnscliffe as kind of an equivalent, and the funder is fine with that. It's very similar. But we took the rest of the sort of regular sidewalks out. But yeah, there are sidewalks, like all of Pleasant is still a sidewalk that is being converted. So there's a lot of overlap there. Maybe we can show all of that and some of the overlap when we do a presentation on the condition indexes, just so you can see where one is accounting for the other, basically.
That'd be great. That'd be helpful.
That would be really helpful because roads and sidewalks are what we often get letters about, and it would be really helpful to say, I know you don't like your sidewalk, but Grandview is even worse. Do you have a sidewalk? No. You don't have a street. No, but it would be really helpful to know that. So I was going to ask, what would it take to get that information? I mean, I know it takes money, but how does that happen? Because it's, you know, it's just really hard to get those letters, and people really feel that their sidewalk is the worst, and it probably isn't, but you have no way of saying, you know, there are others that are ahead of you in the list.
Yeah, and to answer the what does it take question, it takes time and staff resources to first of all scope how we're going to collect that information, and then to actually go out and collect the information and to summarize it in a form that's easy to understand and digest. So it's time and staff resources is what it comes down to. We can be assisted by external consultants who offer this type of service. I recently received a proposal from a company out west that comes in and evaluates the condition of all your sidewalks and generates a report in the hopes of getting concrete grinding business to come and address sidewalk panels that have shifted. So they go around from town to town to town and grind sidewalks after they've done this condition assessment. So that's a possible.
It's a free assessment?
Yeah, it's not free, but it's relatively low cost. It's within our maintenance budgets, and it's certainly more cost effective than having our internal resources complete that work themselves. So it is, I haven't decided whether or not their proposal merits consideration yet, but that's certainly a resource that we'll be looking at.
Before I go to Ian, so did I understand, Devin, you said that you have a presentation that the two of you will be bringing forward that might identify what sidewalks and crosswalks are going to be done in the short term?
Yeah, and I think it could help council identify and point to things on a map if we step through it, and we could have a good discussion about that. I think just as a final point, I do think once we get a new CAO in place, something that Alex and I have been talking about is putting a lot more focus into this asset management piece, because like you're saying it's the most helpful thing that you could probably have, is to be able to explain someone what order their project is on our to-do
Absolutely.
list.
Councilor Palmer? He answered it. All right, thank you.
Back on. So we've gotten down through other transportation. Next is traffic safety and mobility. Crosswalk evaluation upgrades and new crosswalks. We had proposed $25,000. The active transportation network is in at $514,513.9, I believe is the amount, which we have grant monies for that. Willow and Winter one way, it's $15,000 in the capital budget. Intersection safety is $100,000 in the capital budget. We also have $275,000 in storm water management. These are not defined as far as what projects, but we feel that this is something that will be put in for perpetuity, not the $275,000 necessarily, but something that we have to watch as in the public works and sewer group. And we'll always be on.
Ingham?
I have a question. Can you explain what you do in the intersection safety? Like, is that like my understanding that those are streets that intersect each other? And what do you do with the 100,000?
The intersection, the intersection safety 100,000 is to evaluate the four-way stop. It's a one-time capital charge, as are most of the rest of those, other than the crosswalk evaluations, which is a annual recurring 25,000.
I think I've ever said at that intersection safety. I think we always say that four-way stop, so, and on Main, so I was just a little confused, so, thank you. Then we have the sewage treatment. $1.3 million proposed for the plant expansion for this coming fiscal, $50,000 for flood mitigation. Lift stations should be 115,000. Oh, sorry, lift stations, excuse me. Lift stations includes the assessment and upgrade program for 50 and the SCADA and the electrical panel replacements. Lift stations actually should not be a bullet point here. It's actually its own separate grouping within the capital budget. Does that make sense to everybody?
Are those figures like the 1.3, is that net of grant?
No.
So
No.
there may be grants. into that.
So grants would be part of the funding, absolutely. So, but the total projects
Yes.
for the years proposed 5.6 million, 1.3 for that. And then it comes down to some is grant money, some is going to be reserve money, etc.
That's just this year's anticipated cash flow towards that project.
Net
No.
of grants,
No.
no. So
No.
there's,
Anything put in anything put in the capital budget is acquisition costs or capital costs.
Right.
And then funding is something completely separate. So you're acquiring an asset, you're giving up another asset, meaning some kind of liquidity, be it you're given a grant and or you're using your own monies.
so when you add all of these up, it's not net of grants.
No,
So if it's $4 million, you have $2 million of grants.
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
I guess what I was wondering if we couldn't, because it would be helpful to see a $1.3 million project with $600,000 of grant. Because when you do the full budget, $15 million budget, $5 million of capital expenditures, I'm not sure if I'm in the ballpark.
Mhm.
And the offsetting revenue, where does that show up? Does it show up in the operating revenue?
So for capital in particular?
Yes.
So that's coming down to the funding. It doesn't show up as a revenue. It simply shows up as a recaptured grant funding, but it's when you capitalize, you're capitalizing the full acquisition
Understand
cost
that.
to execute. And the sourcing of those monies is simply a matter of how are we funding it? So it's just an asset for asset exchange. I'm not
It's
explaining
hard
it
for me
very
to explain it looking at this, but
There is a
Yes.
slide on funding. There is a
Yeah.
slide on funding, which will go through
Okay.
of the $5.6 million. How much are we getting grant monies for?
Okay.
How much are we going to put on as a long-term
Right.
debt? Or what do we actually have to fund ourselves
Right.
either through
Okay.
the operating fund?
that's what I was asking. I wasn't sure if this was the.
No,
if
this
that-
just shows the projects in
Yes,
general,
okay.
the overall total dollar in the projects. Then we have the trails, which is the East End Gateway for $610,000.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Who's first? Wendy? Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
So I have a list of 3 acronyms that I don't understand, and SCADA is one of them.
I'll take that. SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition.
Okay,
And if
what
you-
about GILT?
What about what now?
GILT, okay, and FRAM.
Financial Reporting Association.
Thank you.
Counselor Palmer?
One of the questions I get often, and I'm just not sure where we are with that. And so I'll direct this to Alex. With the treatment plant, you're using the word expansion here. And does that complete, like, okay, so once this expansion is completed, are we gonna have the capacity to handle all the east end and west end immediate plans that Devin's got lined up here for us? Like, or are we gonna end up expanding again?
We will end up expanding again.
Okay. So we will get to a point though, now, sometime now, whether that's this year, next year, where we'll have a capacity and then we'll be stopping and then we'll have to do. So ultimately, is it another lagoon? Like, is that where we'll end up eventually?
So this phase of expansion and upgrades is an additional lagoon cell. So at the end of this project, we'll have 3 cells in that treatment plant. We'll have a new blower building. What we have to do after that upgrade work has all been completed is we have to monitor and assess the performance of the system. Because the models and the science can really only
Yes.
yeah, it can give you a fairly accurate prediction of how efficient the system will work and by extension, how many cubic meters per day it can receive, and by extension to that, how many residential units that can serve, because really that's the only numbers that most people are concerned with, right? It's how many units will this get us? How many units will that get us? So what we have to do, because the treatment plant doesn't function at the same level of efficiency all year round, we have to monitor it for probably 1 to 3 years minimum to understand how it's performing, what the strength of the wastewater coming into the plant is, how it's characterized, and how the system responds to changes in that wastewater that's coming into the plant. So there's going to be a long-term monitoring component to that work that will give us a lot more clarity on those questions, and will give us a better idea of when we have to start planning for the next phase of upgrades.
Which would be another lagoon, ultimately another
Ian?
lagoon.
Like,
Which ultimately would be another lagoon, but.
Not necessarily. There are mechanical treatment options available. Once you get to a point where the system has how do I put this? The lagoon-based system can only do so much. It's always going to be restricted by impacts based on seasonal conditions and the strength of the wastewater coming in. So the next phase of upgrades may not be an additional lagoon cell. It may be a mechanical treatment solution instead.
Thank you.
Then we have parks, the Reservoir Park, Washington, Vermont, and Shades for $155,000, which is part of the accessibility plan.
Can I ask a question on the trail one? 610 East End Gateway, but it's trails. So is that paving of the HMT, or are you just talking the East End Gateway Park?
That includes the parking lot as well.
So it's a parking lot and the paving of the trail, or just the parking?
The parking lot and the construction of a pedestrian connector sidewalk between Main Street and the Harvest Moon Trail. That's part of the overall East End Gateway parking lot project.
Okay, the trailheader, I think, is what maybe threw me off just a smidgen. Yeah, I just was thinking that it was the HMT when I saw that as well. No, okay.
Councillor Palmer?
But that 610 doesn't address the Legion.
We're going to talk about that tonight.
But it's not there.
Yeah, there's an RFD on this particular project this evening. Then we get into parks. The West End Parkland Trail for $200,000, Reservoir Park for $155,000, Clock Park for $110,000, which is an accessibility upgrade. Rotary Park for $125,000, open space categorization, which is the dam upgrade for $25,000, totaling our planned capital expenditures at $5.6 million for fiscal 24-25.
Councillor Commodore?
Okay, just to be clear, in one of your earlier slides, you said, dam monitoring, and now you're calling it upgrades.
No, two different things.
Two different things?
Two different
Okay.
things.
Yeah.
The monitoring is a surveillance monitoring and controls. And the dam upgrade is a capital component, is a capital expenditure. So it's actually an upgrade to the dam versus an ongoing operational expense for monitoring.
Can you tell me what Rotary Park is? What's happening? Is that the tennis court? That's tennis court, okay. Councillor McKay?
So that is the total, and maybe we're gonna talk about more things, because some of those. Two questions, some of those are already tendered, right, as we motioned to tender, yeah, we did Clock Park. Did we do Reservoir Park? Accessibility, we did some motions already to say those should have been tendered. We did them,
None of those are tendered yet, though.
okay, so we motioned them, but they're not tendered.
No,
I thought we motioned them so they would be tendered, so they would be done this year.
we got approval to tender them, but we haven't got to tendering them yet.
Okay, so is there anything else that is in this budget that needs to move fast because that's what we're later than we normally are, so, which is fine, except for if we miss the season. So we did those so that we thought, because I think staff told us that we needed to do those so that we could get them in this building year. Is there anything else that needs to be, if everyone's comfortable, of course, it needs to be motioned to move forward, because we're gonna be another month, because by the time this comes back with committee of the whole again and council again, we're looking at the end of May. We're right, you're short on building season again, because now we're into June, well, I think we moved the Clock Park one in March, and it's now May, and it's not tendered yet, so I'm April. Clock
It's
Park, oh, we would have done it, no, well, this is April, so we must have done it in March. So I'm curious, because we got to the end of this year and there was a lot of projects that we didn't finish. So my question is, if we're saying we're gonna do these, how are we gonna motion them, tender them, and get them done this year? Otherwise, we're gonna sit in the same spot as we did last year and just not get done what we wanted. I'm cognizant of that.
And you're right to be, we only have so much staff capacity to handle this large list of projects.
For sure.
So part of what we're hoping to do with the operational plan work that we're bringing in May is this idea of prioritizing the initiatives. So in terms of approving certain projects before the overall budget, I would say the focus should be on anything to do with street infrastructure construction. The first one that comes to my mind is the Kent Ave sidewalk. There may be others that we can look at and certainly bring a list, but I don't have that information right now.
You could potentially bring it to committee of the whole in May, and we could have a special council if that helps with the timing. And you have the capacity to do that.
I don't want to force a hand. I'm just cognizant of the timing of these things and how long I mean, after we move them, it obviously still takes time to put a tender package together, get it out, get it back, awarded. You know, all the things that you all do, get the work done.
I would just say that we have all these on the move and they're much more advanced than they were. And some of them, I'm very confident on most of them. I think some of it might, the reservoir bathroom is one that we've been investigating more. And I think there was a lot of questions about that. We feel good about the number, talk to some contractors. We still think we can achieve that. But we'll provide, I think us providing as many regular updates on sort of like, here's what we're working on right now is really helpful so that it can help you communicate that as well.
Okay. Is that good, Jody?
We are going to go through a list of the things we didn't put in, but that would take forever. However, but I think the only one I noticed that we didn't put in, and maybe I'm wrong, is there was money put in to fix up number, I'll call it port number 4, a pickleball at Tower Park. I noticed that wasn't, I know we said we were gonna do other things, make sure we could solidify Tower Park, work with the school to make sure that there was a plan in place, but I thought somewhere in there was, we said number 4, or the 4th one was in bad shape. And where are we going to fix that up? There was money in the budget at one point for it, so maybe we aren't just not doing that. It's not there, so.
We were taking it as we need to talk to Acadia a bit more, and certainly not ruling it out. And there might be a much more temporary usability piece there. If we have to talk to Marcel a bit
Okay.
more and
Yeah,
Aaron.
and we have put an offer out to Acadia to meet, for them to come and meet with us, but we have no date at this time. Okay. I'm cognizant that we have about 25 minutes to do water utility.
We'll go through the slides as quickly as possible. This is simply a schematic as far as a pie graph to identify where capital funding is going by the various divisions and segments within the town operations. Then we talk about funding assumptions. We've got, of that $5.6 million, $700,000 is earmarked for long-term debt, for long-term financing. That's the Welcome Center, part of the Welcome Center, because there's part of a grant on that. Street reconstruction projects and the sewage treatment. This is your 10-year funding of your 2 reserves. Your capital is in the greenish yellow and your operating is in the fuchsia pink. That's for the 10, actually, it's for 11 years because I've included the current fiscal just passed. We are funded based on this model for 10 years. The projects for the 10 years haven't been presented simply because the task is to approve year 1 of the capital projects. But we will continue to populate the 10-year plan.
Can I just ask you, when you say we will continue to populate, you will continue to have that discussion with us as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, okay.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. It's a matter of just ensuring that we still have the dollars earmarked.
Yep.
As every fiscal year comes forward, it will be council's decision as far as what you would like to capitalize, as far as what projects you want undertaken and how you would like to use those funds.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that we will have a chance to talk about this building and the library and the timing of that, because it seems to be moving up and yet we haven't really had any discussion. That would be the one. There are probably others, but that's one that I would like to have some discussion on timing. There are others, perhaps after we talk with Acadia.
Okay. The next slide is simply a slide on reserve funding. The capital and operating reserves, I think Councillor McKay had asked about the reserves. It doesn't show what's being funded in those reserves throughout the year, nor what's being utilized. It's simply giving you the year-end projected balances of both of the funds, averaging about $3.2 million over the next 10 years of those 2 funds amalgamated as a fund. A reserve balance.
Councillor McKay?
Does that keep our financial indicators? Do all of those numbers hit the financial indicators that are laid out by the province?
I can't answer that question. I'd have to follow up with Councillor McKay for certain. It certainly does the debt service ratio. It keeps us in compliant with that. But the other FCIs, I would have to actually go through and do a little bit more in-depth dive as far as what they are and exactly what brings those calculations forward. Okay. Next is simply.
Councillor Ingham has a
My
question.
apology. I don't see the
No,
lights.
that's all right. That's all right. My brain was like a little bit behind. So can I just ask a question from the previous slide? So when Jody mentioned the pickleball and where in the budget was that, I guess, the 4th court, is the tender gone out for the tennis courts? Because I know you said that was kind of a hard one to sort of get. out there, and do you think that's gonna fall within budget? Because if we're, and will you be able to play on those courts there? I mean, I walk by them every day and there's blue, they're getting rough, right? So I don't want, if you don't have pickleball, and I did see them putting the netting up yesterday, how is the tennis courts looking?
The tennis court tender is not out yet. That is one that will be out in the next month.
So that's anticipated to be done this year, and how long will they be closed?
I can't give an answer to that. And when this year the work will actually be done will depend on the contractor that submits the bid for the work.
Is that one that you that you sent out before and you didn't get anybody back on, or?
I believe so, yeah. Last year it was tendered and we didn't get any bids for it.
So
Councillor McKay?
that does worry me actually, because now we've got tennis courts that are in rough shape. Tendered, not tendered yet. Not sure when they're gonna get done. We're not fixing up anything. We're gonna have an outcry this summer of people not having recreation facilities to use. And first thing they're gonna say is, I pay a lot of taxes to live in this town. I mean, that's what we hear. I'm not saying they're wrong. And then we don't have tennis courts for 2 weeks. We don't have any pickleball. And then there's gonna be a fight for the pickleball / tennis courts that are up at Acadia. I'm foreshadowing our email blowing up quite substantially. That was pessimistic, I apologize.
But what,
Go ahead.
I'm just curious as to why there wouldn't be any bids. Is it? Because I mean, it's not like we haven't tried to get those tenders. It's just people have not shown an interest. And do you understand? Is there any reason why they wouldn't be interested?
And part of why I haven't sent the request for tender out for that is because I want to do a thorough review of what was actually issued for tender last year to determine if there was anything in that request for tender or request for proposals, whatever it was, that basically limited our responses that we could get from industry. There's a number of steps that have to be taken with a tennis court resurfacing. If the base underneath the court surface is not in good condition, applying a new coating or top surface to that won't go very far. And if we're asking a contractor, for example, to patch what's underneath and put a new coating on top and then guarantee it for 20 years, nobody's going to touch that. So it's it requires a thorough look.
Go ahead. Councillor Ringo.
So I just want to be cognizant, they are safe to play on though, even if you don't get this done in a timely manner. Because as we're going through the budget and I'm like, you know, we're thinking about what we're giving back to the taxpayers, right? And some of it has to come in the form of recreation and what do they actually see? Instead of, you know, we're talking about more gravel to the Vic Center, which, you know, people don't care about. So I want to be cognizant that we're actually offering people on, you know, when, especially when Jody said, what are the taxpayers getting for this? And, you know, I'm thinking pickleball and tennis, you know, we need to have one that's going to be safe, you know, or like the public needs to see that we're offering other things besides, you know, paving the parking lot and all that. So that's just how I feel. I don't know what anybody else feels, but there has to be a balance there. So I just
Councillor
maybe
McKay?
we could get an answer.
So, yeah, and just to build on, so certainly are they safe? And if they are they safe enough to play on all year? Because it does not sound like this is getting done this year. Because if you have enough, you stated time is of the, like, you don't have an abundance of time. So to do a deep dive on something, clearly it's gonna take your time. So, and if you're short on it now, you're gonna be shorter on it later. So what does that mean in terms, and then with you doing a deep dive and then tendering it, should we even, if it's safe to play on, should we even say it's not gonna happen this year? Because otherwise we're gonna have it right in the middle of their tournament season and all of those things that, you know, I would not like to see people lose out on a month of, or 2 weeks, or whatever it is of tennis when the season is relatively short anyway. So balancing safe timing and usage, I think, are important to the people who use it.
Yeah, it's probably hard for Alex to answer that right now, but that's a good point. And maybe if they are safe enough, you can come back and when we're doing this, the final time, and you may have a recommendation for us.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't comment on the safety of a tennis court. I don't play tennis, so.
We should get somebody who can comment on the safety of it. I mean, I understand, don't expect you to be an expert in all those things, but that's fairly critical.
Right, and just, I guess to comment on priorities, we, like, I understand that people don't necessarily care about more gravel at a welcome center, or it all, the priorities are set by council, and you guys know there's only one of me. My priority has been to, for example, in recent weeks, has been to get the East End parking lot project, the design finalized and the project retendered. The other stuff has sort of been put aside. If you guys were to direct me to make the tennis court a higher priority, then I would put the parking lot aside. But with the parking lot, we have funding tied to a very specific date. So that's why it's been a higher priority.
Not a judge.
No, it's definitely not a judgment. The thing I'm thinking of is, and I've gotten great feedback from the Vic Center, like the development of the Vic Center, is that the splash pad is not opening on, at the regular time. And then it's just the services of recreation and the kids are off. And then, that's what we see. And I always equate it to like, wow, I'd like to have a new kitchen, but I need a new roof first, right? And I mean, I don't sit back and enjoy my new roof every day, but I would sit back and enjoy my kitchen. And that's sort of how I describe it to people. You have to sort of fix the infrastructure, but it is our job to sort of balance them to the community. And that's all. So there was no judgment there. It was.
No,
Yeah.
and also to build on that analogy, if you need a new roof on your house, you're not going to be parking in your driveway for a few days while the roofers are there fixing your roof. So, I mean, the splash pad not opening is because we're rebuilding the Welcome Center, and I think most people would understand that, but not everyone.
So that's a very engineer answer. So, because it's very, very evidence-based. I get that, but it still doesn't answer the public's questions of, so that's sitting from the seat that we're sitting in here. That's the questions we get. I totally understand that, but.
Councillor Palmer?
It appeared to me that the VIC's, if the weather holds, it's ahead of schedule, isn't it? I think.
It's definitely on schedule. There haven't been any concerns about timing or subcontracts or anything like that from the general contractor. To date, they're moving along quite well.
Okay, so where are we on that? Staff will come back probably at committee of the whole and give us an update on tennis. I don't know. There's probably people in the club who can give you some sense of its safety and viability.
I think we'll get Nick tomorrow morning to start doing that and looking into it a bit more. And I was just thinking as you're talking here, these lists that we're bringing back, it might be helpful for everyone to see what order staff are looking at putting our attention into them. And then if council wants to say, actually, we want this, we can be subject to that. Yeah, okay.
But also being cognizant, this is a weird year. I mean, it would have been good to have those lists 3 months ago, but we don't. And we're just gonna have to live with it. But, I mean, people will talk to you about tennis and splash pads. People are calling me about compost, including a former employee of the town who sent us a bill for his compost. And sidewalks have the worst sidewalks in town, but then somebody else has the worst sidewalks in town. So we're just going to have to get through this next few months. It's been a funny year and we're doing the best and with a small group of staff. So go ahead.
being cognizant of time, I'm gonna slip ahead a few slides, slipping this, we're talking about the water pad. I'm gonna go up to slide 37. This is just basically gonna go through, just the slides that I'm actually jumping through are some of the 10-year plan funding, that type of thing, doesn't impact the year one. Slide 37 is actually external funding for capital. It goes through the different grants. We've got some potential for the Welcome Center with ACOA, for Clock Park, for East End parking lot expansion. The Clock Park, Welcome Center in East End, those are not obviously 100% grant funded. There will be some town money that will have to be used. Investing in capital infrastructure, we've got the active transportation network grant, sewage treatment
Oh,
plant.
Rob, sorry, Rob has a hand up.
Sorry, Beth, I just wanted to point out that we don't have slide 37 up on the screen there, just as you were speaking through that, sorry.
Can you
The
not see
height,
it?
I can see, I'm just looking here. Okay, I see where it is now. Thank you. My apologies.
No worries. And then we have the recreational trail expansion grant for, which we propose to use on the West End open space improvements for $60,000. Next slide, total 10-year plan is $56 million for capital projects. It was $52 million at the end of 23-24. There's a $4 million increase year over year. That's the acronym YOY, which represents 8% of the overall capital plan. Financial covenant related to the debt service ratio for 24-25 is budgeted to be at 7.5%. This is your capital funding outlook as it relates to the debt service ratio. You've all seen this before. I don't think it's pretty self-explanatory. Then we get into the water utility, which are the last two items to address. I'm trying to get there quickly. The first one is the water utility operating budget, which shows operating revenues of, if you highlight it pink column, operating revenues of $1.5 million, expenses of 1.4, net operating surplus of $100,000. And then there's other non-operating expenditures, which relate to a number of things, debenture, interest, that type of thing, dividend to the town, which leads to a deficit of $68,000, which then goes into the accumulated surplus account for the water utility. Is that fair? The next will be the capital budget. Oops, sorry, I went 2 slides ahead. Capital budget for the water utility is proposed at $679,000. $17,000 for water distribution, $460,000 for the transmission line from Skyway to the water treatment plant. Security upgrades at the reservoir of $10,000. Waste treatment plant, WTP acronym, chlorine gas chambers and glass. Someone have a question? No, sorry.
I don't see that.
Chlorine gas chambers, gas monitor for $6,000, process monitoring and replacements for $11,000. Production well number 1, production well number 2. We again have SCADA and VCFN, which is the Valley
Community Fiber
Connect Fiber
Network.
Network. Infrastructure for $22,500 per production well. We have production well 3 installation for $115,000, and then new doors, roof and paint on the well house building at Wickwire. And I'm down to the last 2 slides, last 3 slides. Proposed funding for the water utility is, we have a 2-year term grant from the Municipal Capital Growth Program of $621,000, and it's broken down into 24-25, 25-26. I've highlighted 24-25 funding will be utilizing $88,000. There'll be $162,000 funded from reserves, revenue and surplus, and then $230,000, which will be proposed for long-term debt, for a total of the $679,000 in water utility capital projects for fiscal 24-25. Last slide. What have we missed? Sorry, questions, next steps. Are there any operating items not in today's presentation that need to be? We talked about soups and sides, other items as well. I will definitely be taking back the Historic Society in Randall House and double checking to make sure that that's just not a typo, that there is actually $60,000 of additional monies in the operating budget and advise the CAO to advise the mayor and council. And then a discussion on the next steps.
Can we
Councillor McKay?
get those slides? Just where we went through those ones, the last ones fairly quickly. just so-
Absolutely.
If there's some, we might as well ask you offline as opposed to waiting till the next time and then
Yeah.
come back if I have any or if anybody else doesn't.
Other questions? Other comments? Councillor Palmer?
One thing I would, thank you. One of the things I'd like to see, Beth, is when you're doing your 10-year outlook, you've got the expenditures of what you have. I don't know if you plan on breaking down what those are, because we're gonna have the big bump of the fire hall and town hall, all the rest of that stuff. I'd be curious to see what the long term looks like for those and how you're actually, where they start to, how that breaks down, if that makes any sense to you.
Councilor Palmer, are you asking about funding? Or are you asking about the actual capital investment plan? Casman, okay. So the part of the information report, there is a plan there that expands for the 10 years. And it does have, as best we can, identified capital projects, which we do think will be undertaken. Obviously, every budget year, there will be perhaps new projects or amendments to existing projects that are on the 10-year plan, but that will be for council to decide. Budgets are living documents. They're living, breathing organisms that just keep evolving and changing. Once we get through the 24-25, naturally, we'll be looking towards 25-26. So it will be something that when I mentioned earlier, and Mayor Donovan had corrected me, it's something that we'll be continually updating, and it can be something that can be part of the quarterly review if you so wish. Any
Okay.
other questions?
I think we're good. Let's see. We have another, oh my gosh. We do have another item. Okay. Change glasses. We got 15 minutes. RFD 025-2024 East End Gateway Parking Lot Budget Amendment, and that must be you, Alex.
That is me, yeah. So this will be another quick one with another potential budget increase again. I will read the summary of the RFD. The East End Gateway Parking Lot Project aims to create a high-quality parking area that accommodates work, shopping, and visiting needs while enhancing user and pedestrian safety, maximizing space utilization, managing stormwater runoff, and establishing a pedestrian pathway connecting Willow Ave and Main Street to the Harvest Moon Trail. This involves expanding the parking lot to nearly double its capacity to 100 spaces, installing lighting for pedestrians and vehicles, improving drainage, and constructing a 3.2 meter wide concrete sidewalk. Minor adjustments were made to the scope and design to accommodate development at 292 Main Street. The project approved in the 2023-24 capital budget with an overall budget of $530,000 was initially tendered in late 2023, but then re-tendered in spring 2024 after we only received one bid at that time. Upon re-tendering, we received two bids, with the lowest bid being $572,000, give or take. The bid includes a contingency, provisional paving at the Legion, and provisional decorative lighting posts for the pedestrian path. An adjustment to the budget for the upcoming fiscal year to a total of $610,000 is required to carry out the complete scope. So I'm going to go through here and highlight some of the financial implications. So of the original project scope, the original $530,000 budget, we spent approximately $17,800 on engineering design and the tender package preparation. in the prior fiscal year, 2023-24. We have some design revisions to accommodate design at 292 Main, redesigning that sidewalk to allow for a future pedestrian plaza and have an additional allowance for quality control during construction. The total project budget to complete the entire scope, including what we've already spent, is $627,757. That includes about $20,000 in paving for the Legion, which would pave the small chunk of parking area behind their building and a pathway. And there is a provisional item to supply decorative lighting posts along the pedestrian path as well, which has a little over $41,000 price tag. So basically, in order to complete the full scope, this year's capital budget for that project needs to be increased to $610,000. I've got some alternatives listed at the end of the RFD that adjust I guess the increased budget amount. The options would be to remove the Legion paving portion of the project, remove the decorative lighting portion of the project and defer that to a future year, or remove both.
Do you have a slide of that by any chance? I'm trying to get to the bottom of mine.
I don't have a slide, no. I was rushed. I was in a bit of a rush to
Put that
prepare
up,
this last
Laura.
week. Okay.
It's at the bottom and I can't find my navigation pane. It won't come up.
That's the question more about.
Sure.
So the little picture that's in the package with the green,
Mhm.
so that's the lot, and that obviously doesn't include the part that goes to the Legion?
The green is the portion of the Legion's property that we would be paving as an extra. What's not shown in that image would be the walkway. I don't know the details of what they want for a walkway, so I couldn't show that on the plans.
And the walkway goes from there to Main Street. Did I understand that correctly? Like up the side, on the west side?
Yeah,
Yes,
my,
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
my assumptions for the cost would provide a pathway to the sidewalk on Main Street. Yeah.
Okay, and the lights along that. Because there's no other lighting along that path at all, we don't put it in.
No.
Correct, okay. I just wasn't sure if it was like building lighting or it's that, okay.
And just to clarify, that decorative lighting for $41,000, that $41,000 buys 3 light posts. What if we defer that to a future year? We are still putting in the bases and the underground wiring, so we can purchase those light poles in a future year if we have to, without any disruption, really.
Counselor Palmer?
Well, I guess the light poles, man, that's awful dark back there as it is. So I think I'm surprised that we don't get more complaint. Well, I get a complaint about it from the person I live with. Because she uses that parking lot. But so if we pave the lane to the west of the Legion would have no access down there. There'd be no vehicle access down that side, correct?
I believe there's already no vehicle access down that side. I
Oh,
think they put in some exit stairs or something along those lines that it's not wide enough to get a car through there anyway.
Right.
And that's not the intent of this in any case.
In the green spots, like, would we essentially be taking that over as parking spots for us, or what would happen to that green spot?
It would just be paved. How it's laid out, I don't have a plan for because this is a provisional item. That would be a discussion with the Legion.
Cause they would still need it to get their supplies into, that's gonna be their only way to get stuff into their, I think.
I don't think it adds any parking stalls, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot going on the back of that building. I think it just gives paved access to the building itself.
And your plan is to put this out to tender right away?
It's been tendered.
Oh, it's been tendered. Okay.
We have a bid and I'm ready to award on that bid based on tonight's decision.
Okay, good. Well, then that leads to the next question, which everybody knows what I'm gonna ask here, is where's the laydown space for our buddy? For whatever number he is.
Yeah, and I don't have a picture of that, but as far as the RFD is concerned, it doesn't change one way or another. The laydown space is the parking stalls immediately to the north of their property boundary. They would be responsible for protecting the asphalt and the infrastructure that we install there if they use that space as a laydown.
But it's new surface there though.
It would be new surface by the time they get to it, yeah.
Well, he's starting in June.
We would be starting tomorrow if you guys approve this tonight.
We should put the motion.
Asphalt plant's not open
We
yet.
have,
We would be starting with the asphalt removals
Oh,
and
right,
grading
yeah,
work,
do that
so
first, yeah.
I have a contractor lined up. It's a compliant bid. I'm ready to award. It's just the budget is not there, that's all.
we have 3 minutes till council starts. I don't know if we have, I don't know what our options are, but is there a way to put on our YouTube? Council will start momentarily.
Oh.
I've seen that on Kentville, you know, and things.
need a decision on this.
Yeah, I'm just trying, we've got council in 3 minutes and we're not finished here, so we have to tell people what council will.
Can I ask a question? Ian, what was
So-
your question about the back? I
Just
didn't
a
catch
sec.
it.
Lay down.
Where does?
Construction stuff.
Where does, what's the number?
Kevin.
192?
No, the
292.
Well, that where he said, is that the only access to the building? Or,
For the Legion,
But-
like, they're not gonna be able to.
Yeah.
The
No,
Legion's
put
not
it-
gonna,
You just
But-
turn it on.
the Legion is not, to get their supplies in, they're gonna have to come in through our parking lot.
oh,
I believe.
Councillor Madeira Voss.
Oh, I was just wondering if you wanted the motion on the floor. for us to
Yes.
consider.
Yeah, I think you should put it in.
Yes, we can have some comments afterwards. Would you like to put it on?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I would move the committee of the whole forward the following motion to council for decision. The council approve a project-specific increase to the capital budget in the 2024-25 fiscal year to 610,000 to carry out the full scope of work in the East End parking lot.
Seconder, thank you, Councillor Ingham. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor McKay.
yeah, this is a lot of money. I don't want to rush this decision just because of council. So so what, that is not our land and we're going to pave it. So, right? Potentially. And so what is the what, do we have access to it? Is it public parking? Is it simply Legion parking? I mean, we had a massive discussion on 292 using public space for parking. So now we're gonna pave somebody else's land. So I'm just being, I think, trying to ask an equitable question of why would we do that? And what's the access to it?
What we might
People.
do, because the Legion has, as you know, asked for, I have not responded to them. But what we might do if council agrees to this is on the condition that we develop an MOU with them as we have with Larson, so that town gets some kind of access to, they've got a beautiful room there. I don't know what might be in the MOU, but we could grant the paving of that under certain conditions, under an MOU.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because we had the Randall House come in and ask and put on a presentation. We had Curling Club come in and do the same thing, and this is their portion is how much money, right off the top of my head?
About 20,000.
So that's a substantial grant.
I think this relates to the last time they came in.
That's right.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember them coming in and talking
They
about
didn't
that
ask for
before.
any money.
They did.
They didn't
They
put a
did.
price
No,
on it.
they didn't
but
put a price
asked
on
for
it, but they
this.
did ask, yeah.
Yeah, they
So there's
didn't
a
have
full
the,
Massive presentation and a grant application. They came in and did a presentation and didn't ask for money.
they
Well-
didn't know what it would cost because they didn't know what we were doing with the parking lot at that point. So they couldn't put a dollar figure to it. I've put the dollar figure to it essentially from the bid we received and the unit prices on the contract now.
I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying we made two other organizations come in, do full on, I don't know how much work Randall House put into their presentation, but I would think a put substantial amount of time had to come in and ask for the funds and do this. So if we do it for one, we should be doing it for all. But if we're okay with saying that if we have an MOU and say we're gonna use it, maybe that's a caveat, but it's not super, in my opinion, but if we have access. If there's an MOU.
I think you'd have to amend, and you could amend the motion at council, I think, or you could do it now, but we still have questions. Councillor Palmer?
Well, thank you. I really don't have problems with us paving it as long as we incorporate that paving into our big parking lot that we're gonna have there. I think that would be the logical thing to do, rather than making it piecemeal. I'm not sure how you do that, Alex, and I know that's not easy thing to do, but once we have the go ahead to pave it, I would hope that we're gonna call that. We're gonna decide up front what we're gonna do with that, I hope.
Right, it would all be paved at once and that image that was on the screen earlier, with the green section. Everything around that is paved, everything that's shaded in that medium gray color is paved. If we chose not to approve this $20,000 for paving of the Legion, in our contract scope, it's gonna be left as a gravel surface. It would be up to the Legion to pave on their own dime if they should choose to do that. It's their property, it's private property, so we can't necessarily control how and when they choose to do that.
Councillor Madeira Voss?
I guess I remember their presentation as including, not that they were coming to ask for money, but they were coming to ask for some kind of contribution to
For us to
that,
pay for
for us,
parking
and this,
lot.
that was to, it wasn't money, but I think, you know, in lieu of giving this a grant or whatever, I think I do remember in my mind, I've always expected that we would be paying for this somehow, because that was part of their presentation. But I just wanted to clarify that part is not necessarily going to be parking for them. It's just access for loading and unloading.
Access for loading and unloading, and definitely an improvement for pedestrian access to the building
To
as
the
well
whole building.
from where they would likely be parking their vehicles.
Right. So the 20,000 is simply for that surface. It's not, that doesn't include any of the lighting. That's part of the other increase.
Yeah,
that
the
required.
20,000 is just the scope to pave that section of the parking lot.
Councillor Ingham?
So I do agree with Councillor McKay when, you know, if people are coming and asking for specific grant money, it doesn't seem fair that they're not doing it. However, because we're already doing the paving in there and it sort of ties together, it does make sense, but I don't want to set a precedent to say, oh, they mentioned it, but there was no specific ask, and then we just gave it to them. And I typically, I don't have a problem with it, but I don't like to set the precedent of one person's having an ask for 25,000. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the curling club said we could do this over 3 years if we couldn't afford all of it, because it was an accessibility upgrade. And so I don't know where we stand. I'm just throwing that out there again. If we can have an MOU or
Well-
something, but then they still didn't put a proposal together to specifically ask for it. And I do agree with that.
I think there's a bit of history here that predates this council.
Okay.
And the history was that a former member of this council told the Legion about this grant and told them, if you ask for 10,000, you'll probably get it. the same year, Devour came and got 100,000. That's always bothered them, and you know why somebody would say that, but that's what happened. So, you know, if they'd asked for 50,000, we might have, the council of the day might have given 50,000, but we gave them 10,000. They did, that has always bothered them. There was, particularly in the context of the Devour grant, they did come back and make a presentation, and they did ask, they didn't have a figure, but they did ask if we would pave the parking lot. Maybe, you know, I don't know what else could have been done at that time. Maybe we should have said, we'll put in a grant application. It was a bit problematic because they're $10,000. They can't really apply for something within the next 8 years. So I think there was a feeling, this is the Legion. They do provide a lot of services for the community, the seniors. There are a lot of seniors who are not members of the Legion who do use that building. It's a well-used space. So that was just the history, and again, we all got another, I think it went to all of us. They asked for $50,000, and I have not responded to that except to say thank you for your email.
No, I mean, I remember that whole conversation, and there wasn't a specific dollar figure given to it, but given the fact that we are paving, it may, you know, reduce the cost if they decided to do it on their own. And since we're doing it, it ties the project in. And so that's why I would be favorable to say yes on it, with the understanding that a yes and MOU just may possibly use their space. But because it's tying in there, I would be favorable on that.
Yeah, and I think you could do that. And I think in the other, I remember Landmark East, we did adjust the motion to say with staff to negotiate an MOU. Devin, you probably remember the wording of that, consistent with the town's needs or something. I think that wording is in the memo. Deputy Mayor?
Given the history, I have no problem supporting this motion. I think they are building an incredible asset for the community, given the number of weddings that have been booked already. And I hear people very excited about using the space. I always wonder, you know, having heard rental costs for this and that, how much community use, all these building projects that we support, but we do not have a really good community center. And I see this kind of filling some of that role. So I would like to support it.
Councillor McKay?
I don't have a problem support in theory, in principle. This is put on the agenda on the 8th hour. It is going to be motioned and put to forth tonight and awarded tomorrow. There is no time for an MOU to be developed by tomorrow. There's no way.
There's no time for an MOU to be developed by tomorrow, but before this parking lot is paved, there's a number of weeks of other construction. The ask at this point is to expand the budget. If there's direction to staff to do more than just expand the budget to draft an MOU, that's something that can be looked at before the project reaches the point of paving. On the contract itself, that section of the paving is provisional, so even if we award the contract tomorrow, it's still up to us to decide whether or not we're doing that throughout the term of that contract. So if that is something that council wishes to direct staff to do, we do have time. The time sensitive nature of this project, just because it's tied to that ACOA funding, is very evident here, and that's why we're 8th hour, however you put it.
Yeah. It isn't this council's problem that someone made a promise, and it isn't right of us to break policy or procedure because we feel that. Do I want the Legion to succeed? I think the place is beautiful. I think they've done an amazing job. Had it been done in a different way, I would have said, oh, heck yeah, that's no problem. If we can come together and find a way to do an MOU, but they never mentioned that in presentation either. They didn't say, if you paid it for us, you can have access to this, there was none of those things said. It was, they have a space. And so maybe they're not gonna be amendable to it. Like, maybe that's not in their, they don't want to, but I hate things being thrown at us in the 8th hour. It is not a good way to make decisions. I'm not even sure what I'll say, but I'm not a person who breaks policy or procedure. When we had everyone else dance in front of us for 25 minutes and do their presentations. Didn't fill out the forms, didn't give us financial statements like everybody else did. So it feels like I'm disservicing someone else to help someone else, and that doesn't sit well in my heart, so. I'm not sure what I'll do yet. So,
Councillor Hollander.
Well, I think Alex is right. Is if we awarded it tomorrow, is 2 or 3 weeks before they even show up with gear there probably. And it's probably, what are we? I would guess 8 weeks away at the earliest before we laid blacktop down. Would be a guess. So that would give it like, and then we meet next as a council of the whole, or the council even. When
The whole on the 8th.
we could have the Legion come in and ask for that, if that would make everybody feel better. I don't see any,
Going tonight.
but no, that's only budget, only budget.
No, this tender. The
Oh, no,
MOU.
but yeah, for anything.
Trying to get Rob. I don't know, Rob, if you can hear us. You are muted.
Yes, indeed, your worship. I've been following the discussion.
So very conscious of the time that we're now 12 minutes late for council. We have a motion on the floor. We haven't had a vote. Looking for some direction. We could add I don't have any words in my mind right now, but add to this motion that directs staff to speak with the Legion on and bring back an MOU. Those are not the words that you'd use, but I'm looking for some direction.
Certainly, and just listening to the expressed concerns around the table, I think that we have a motion on the floor. It could be amended so that it reads something to the effect that, in terms of making the recommendation to council, provided that an MOU is established between the parties to the satisfaction of council. What that does is it provides during the intervening period staff an opportunity to develop the MOU, to vet it with council to ensure council's interests are being met, and to also meet with the Legion to verify whether or not they too are in concurrence. Should they not be in concurrence, nothing precludes council from moving forward at that time if your interests are not being met in that regard. But what that does from a process perspective, it allows the initial the payment to be removed. It allows the work to begin, but no action would be taken relative to the paving of that area, subject to council having your interest met in relation to whether it's to ensure to have it codified in a document that access or parking can be made available when needed, or whatever it is that council would like to see incorporated in that. So from again, from a process, it could be with the approval of the mover and seconder to amend it to include the provisions of an MOU to the satisfaction of council. And again, I know I'm being repetitive, but during the intervening period, staff would then be able to codify those provisions, vet it through council to ensure that we are on point, and then bring it forward to the Legion for concurrence. Does that make sense, your worship?
It does to me. I'm looking at the mover and the seconder. Would to be amenable to that amendment?
I have to be honest, I disagree with Councillor McKay. I feel that the presentation that the Legion made was very thorough. They had diagrams, they clearly invested a great deal of time to update us on what their plans were. It was a long presentation and it involved a lot of volunteer time. I think that for me, that's a significant difference. And I do believe that whole question of our contribution, at that time, they didn't know what the cost would be. There was no discussion of actual dollar figure, but that there was a request as part of that presentation that we would consider doing the paving, that we are doing that. So I feel that, yes, they didn't make the same separate request that the others, but if I look at Randall House, the person brought that presentation to us is being paid to do that. That's her job. And there's a different role there for her because she has the dedicated time to do that. It's not just presenting to us. It was a presentation that I saw at the AGM and have seen in other situations. And considering that the Legion is these are volunteer folks who are really, so I do think there's a qualitative difference in my heart in terms of the effort that they put in, which I thought was quite a substantial effort. So I would, and to ask for an MOU, I don't know what I would ask for. And I think it would be, we would be doing it just for a question of principle rather than a question of actual need that we as a town would have for, use of their building. So my preference is just to stay with the motion as it is.
Is that the view of the seconder?
My recollection is they came, when they came, it was for information purpose only. It wasn't request for grant money like the other, if we're talking about Historic Society and we're talking about curling, those were two different. They were requesting funding under what the
They asked
one-time
us to
capital,
pay
yeah.
their-
So when the Legion came, they were just giving out information purposes, right? That they didn't
No,
ask
they
for,
did ask us to.
but
pay.
was it grant? But was it a grant
No, they
proposal?
just asked if we could pave it when we. built
Okay,
this.
so it wasn't the same process, basically. It wasn't the same process. I'm aware that they did ask for paving and I haven't read their application that
They haven't applied.
Oh.
Just a letter.
oh, it was a
They sent
letter.
a
Okay,
letter to
okay, so
us.
I haven't read that. I don't know. I think maybe we should just, we have the motion on the floor. We have a seconder. We can just put it on and see where it goes from there. If it gets defeated, then we can go somewhere else. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Okay. So,
Deputy Mayor?
Question?
Or Deputy Mayor.
I'm sitting here and I'm remembering 25 years ago, the Legion bought a big chunk of land on the other side of the highway where they were going to build their new facility. And they decided not to. They decided to do something to augment the services in the downtown. And I think we should support them.
We're calling the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? I think that passes. All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved. Motion to adjourn.
All right. We are back. We're back. Oh, my gosh. All right. All right. Thank you, council. David, where are we? We're on, we are live. Good evening, council. Welcome to council. Welcome to staff, members of the public. For those who might be joining us online, or if you were waiting out in the hall, our apologies. We had a special committee of the whole to deal with budget, and we ran a little bit over and got here as soon as we could. So I'll ask the deputy mayor if she would read the acknowledgement, please.
Gladly. I would like to acknowledge that Wolfville is situated in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. And as such, ask that we conduct our business with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility.
And a motion to approve the agenda, please.
I so move.
I'm going to ask to add an item. It was brought to our attention in the last few day or two that council approved the porta potty at Roby Tufts to April 30th. This is our last meeting before April 30th, so staff have provided and I think Laura probably put that on everybody's desk, a new motion. And I think that Barb has is Barb still here? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. Yeah. You weren't there before. It's got a presentation when we come to that item in the agenda, and I would add it to the agenda after item 7, new business. So with that addition, could I have a seconder, please? Oh, thank you, Councillor Ingham. Rob, any other additions to the agenda?
No, your worship.
No? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That is passed. And Deputy Mayor, a motion to approve Town Council meeting March 19th, 2024.
I would like to move that we approve the minutes of the March 19, 2024 meeting of Town Council.
And a seconder, please.
I can second that.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Are there any errors or omissions or additions for that? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. And motion to approve the Town Council meeting of March 27th, 2024.
I would move that we approve the minutes of the special Town Council meeting of March 27, 2024.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seconder, please. Councillor Madeira Voss, are any errors or omissions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. Some comments. There are a few dates to mention, and then I'll call on Councillor Ingham with another date to mention. So it's a busy month of dates. National Volunteer Week is April 14th to 20th, and we had a request from King's Volunteer Resource Center to recognize and celebrate Kings County volunteers by proclaiming the week of April 14th to 20th as National Volunteer Week. We also bring to your attention Heart Failure Awareness Week, May 5th to 11th, and International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia, May 17th. May 15th to 17th, convocation at Acadia. The May 15th is actually the Divinity School commissioning ceremony, and the actual convocations are the 16th and 17th. I know a number of you will be away, but those are here. Nothing more fun than sitting in convocation and watching other people's kids graduate. Yes. Reminder that spring cleanup is next week, April 22nd to 26th, and items should be out by the end of this week. And I understand from talking to staff that that both Barb Shaw and our compliance staff have been working with landlords in the area, so that I know a lot of students are probably done exams now, and I understand some of them have already moved. So to whatever extent we can our staff working with landlords to get things out. Hopefully it will go better than last year. And Councillor Ingham, you were going to talk about walking.
Yes, so May the 8th is Nova Scotia Walk Day. That's Wednesday. And the town is putting on a nice gentle walk along the Harvest Moon Trail. So that's Wednesday, May the 8th, meet at the Waterfront Park at 10 o'clock. And I also want to remind everybody, and I believe Barb and Luke, our programmer, will be sort of promoting that on the social media channels. But I also want to remind people this is led from, the town puts on a group-led walk every Tuesday. It's leaving from the library at 10. For all ages and abilities, there'll be a walk leader at the front and the back. So everybody come out and join in for that. Thank you.
Forward to that. Any other members of council wish to bring things to our attention? All right, thank you. Public input. Do we have anybody in the audience who would like to speak for public input? Mr. Daniels, if you would give us your name and where you live, and you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. David Daniels, 3 Toy Lane, Wolfville. I had two issues. Let me, if I can get to my tablet here. The first issue concerns the public participation change. This is, I think, the second item on your agenda. And I just wondered, there's in the new version, it leaves out a section that's in the old version, but doesn't explain why. And there's also no indication that you've left out a particular sentence, and that's 4.9 in the old version. And it states members of the public are encouraged to send written submissions to council in advance of meetings where they're concerned or issue warrants more than the allocated time for feedback will permit. Why it's unclear to me why that's left out. For me, it's particularly important because as you know, I write letters before the meetings. And also you in the discussion of the changes, you do say that it's sometimes hard for people to make public presentations. So that's my question. And I would say that I would advocate that it remains in and also, or at least explain why it isn't in. And the second issue concerns the letter that Mr. Wilmot and I wrote. And the question is why the issues that he had raised, that we had raised in the letter weren't raised either by staff or by council members. And it was Mr. Wilmot who came to me and said, pointed out that the problems or raised the concerns that eventually made the letter. So you didn't have to be a lawyer to see that there were issues in the language. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to turn this off before. Do we have anybody else for public input? Laura, is there anybody online that you can see? All right. All right, I've got to keep changing glasses. All right, that brings us to motions and recommendations from Committee of the Whole, March 5th. And the first one, Director Lake, are you going to speak to the Devour amended MOU capital grant?
Is this one on now?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, just to speak to the presenter's comments on the letter that both of them sent, we have passed on some legal advice around that, and I will maybe just touch on a few pieces. And just for the record as well, when we do agreements like this, we are working very closely with our solicitor. We wouldn't bring an agreement in front of council without doing so. But we did forward the letter to our solicitor to ensure council is being well guided in its consideration here. So just maybe a few points here. There obviously is the ability, if council wished, to request the money back. But there's a difference of opinion on whether the MOU, like if we did that, whether they would still be compelled to build the deck and washroom and make them available to the public. So some of this information is provided in more detail. There's some more basic questions that are probably of interest to others as well. Devour will be required for maintenance of the bathroom. The patio or deck is accessible to the public, and there are clauses around liability already included in the agreement, just referencing 2N, 2O, 2Q. And yeah, I think the rest of it from issues that have been arising since the last time this was in front of council, nothing has changed. And so we're still recommending as we were at Committee of the Whole.
Right. Thank you, Director Lake. I wonder if I could ask the Chair of PAC to move this motion, and we'll get it seconded, and then we can open it for questions or discussion.
I would move the council approve the attached MOU amendment and direct the CAO to sign and execute this amendment along with other forthcoming enabling documents, brackets, agreement detailing the scope of work sewer line for the deck and amended rail line ease, close bracket.
Thank you. A seconder, please.
Sorry, rail line lease. I don't think I said it correctly.
That's good. Could I have a seconder, please, for that motion? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Elliott. Is there any comments or questions from council? Councillor Palmer?
Director Lake, do you have any feeling of where we are with the clearing of the right of way and all the rest of that stuff? Like, are we on track on, like, are we still, like, is it done? Like, where are we?
Yeah, everything is ready to go. I was speaking with representatives of Devour. Obviously, it's subject to this process that we're under here. But we would, if this were to go through, we would expect them to be submitting permits. The rest of the pieces are, I assume you're referring to some of the other details around the pieces of infrastructure and the rail line lease. Yeah, those are all, yes, we have taken care of those, but they're all sort of hinging on this.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed unanimously. We have a number of motions from Committee of the Whole. April 2nd, 2024. First one is RFD 017-2024, Policy 110-0110, Public Input Policy Amendments. And perhaps somebody from that committee would like to put this motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councilor Madera-Voss.
I would move the council approve the amendments to public input policy number 110-010 as outlined in RFD 017-2024 with further clarification to section 4.3 as discussed.
Seconder, please. Councillor Ingham, thank you. Are there any comments or questions? I don't know if someone from the committee wishes, you don't have to, but to comment on the question we had during public input. Was there a reason for taking that item out that you recall?
I don't think so.
Councillor
No.
McKay?
It was taken out because anyone can send us a letter anytime they wish to do so, and it didn't need to be explicitly said. It was just everyone sends us emails whenever they want.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
There was no.
Okay, thank you. No other comments or questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is passed. And 2 pages here. RFD 018-2024, Policy 110-015, Presentation to Council Policy. Go ahead,
Okay.
Councillor Ingham.
I would move that council approve policy number 110-015, presentations to council policies as outlined in RFD 018-2024 with further clarifications to section 5.2 as discussed.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. Councillor Madera-Voss. Any questions, comments? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. And RFD 019-2024, policy number 120-006, flag flying policy amendments. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I would move that we pass policy number 120-006, flag flying policy. I would move that council approve the amendments to the flag flying policy number 120-006 as outlined in RFD 019-2024.
Thank you. Seconder, please.
Second that.
Councillor Palmer, thank you. Comments, questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. And RFD 020-2024, repeal of policy number 120-012, town and gown policy. Councillor Madeira Voss.
I would move the council approve the repeal of policy number 102-012, Wolfville Acadia Town and Gown Policy.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Ingham. Any comments or questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Did you vote, Councillor McKay?
Oh.
Okay, thank you. And spring debenture pre-approval. Usually this goes to Mr. Councillor Butler, who's not here. Who else is on the audit? Is that?
I would be.
You would be. Oh, why don't we give this to you then? It's a long one. Councillor
Oh, but I
Palmer.
probably didn't practice like Mike would either.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
I would move that council approve the attached resolution for pre-approval to participate in the spring debenture issue with the following maximum financial parameters. Fairfield Street rebuild and East End main culvert, $735,000, 30-year amortization. The water utility, $39,900, 30-year amortization for a total borrowing amount of $774,900. Maximum average interest rate is to be set at 6.5%.
Well, Councillor Butler's not watching because
I'll second that.
move over. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any questions or comments? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that's passed. And RFD 2024 Welcome Center extra costs for unsuitable soils. We'd like to move that. Thank you, Councillor Ingham.
I would move that council approve an increase to the Welcome Center project budget of 27,800 to cover the additional costs of replacing unsuitable soils during recent foundation preparation work.
Thank you. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then we move to item 7, motions recommendation from Special Committee of the Whole, April 16th, 2024, that we just had. And I wonder if somebody would like to move that motion.
Is that
That is the
G? That's worded the same way, correct? Except the
G,
council.
yes.
So I would move,
Well, it's number 7 on your agenda. It's G.
G. So I would move that council approve a project-specific increase to the capital budget in the 2024-25 fiscal year to 610,000 to carry out the full scope of work in the East End parking lot.
And a seconder, please.
I'll
Deputy
second.
Mayor Elliott, thank you. Any comments or discussion? Councillor McKay.
So I need to understand the reason behind the decision. I need to, one, have we ever paved private land before?
I don't have an answer to that.
So that's private land. So then are we saying that we are going to say the presentation from the Legion and they're asked to pave it is a grant application to which contravenes the policy that we have? Is that what council is saying?
What's the grant application?
But it was an ask for a capital funding outside of our grant application, and they did not fill one out. But they already had one. That's why they're asking for the 50 and they don't qualify. If we are saying we are acting outside of our policy, then let's say what we're doing. If that's what we want to do. But it is a grant application, if that's what we're asking for. Otherwise, it was an information report, which I believe Councillor Ingham said it was, thought it was at that time. It's what I thought it was. They mentioned paving it. I don't have a problem supporting them. I just want to be fair and saying we are acting outside of our policy if that's what we're doing. But we need, and Rob, CIO, will have to tell us how to do that if that's what we want to do. But if we're saying it is an application for a grant for capital that they've already applied for and already received, we need to say what it is. I think it's being
Councillor Madeira.
transparent.
Councillor
guess-
Tiravos.
I guess I was interpreting it more as a in-kind contribution rather than a grant application. That they weren't applying because there was no money discussed, they didn't know, but they wanted the town to contribute to their project. And that was an option of how we could contribute to the project. So I was actually interpreting it as an in-kind contribution, which clearly does have, any in-kind contribution has a money amount. I mean, if you're providing an in-kind contribution of staff time, that involves money. I mean, they all do have a money cost, but I guess that was my interpretation of it.
Councillor Palmer.
I'm just gonna suggest, I'm not direct as a director, like, aren't we gonna be paving some private property with the active trails here on the rail?
We are with discussion and agreements, and I'm sure there's been, I was just trying to run through whether we've ever done that elsewhere, but yes, the answer is yes.
Deputy Mayor Elliott. The light.
Oh, my light's on. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Madeira Voss, that in-kind contribution sums it up if we need to find something slot to put it in.
I completely understand Councillor McKay, and I have been in this situation, and it does create a situation where we are outside policy. I didn't see this as a grant application. I did understand when they came, which has got to be a year ago now, that they knew that we would be paving, and they said, if you're paving yours, could you pave ours as well? We did walk over there and meet with, I think we met with Alex after that meeting, just so I could see what they were talking about. This is a bit messy, absolutely understand that. And sometimes when you're dealing with community organizations, particularly one that is embedded in our community as the Legion is, or as the Lions are, and so on. These kinds of in hindsight, should we have said, put in an application? I think because they had an actual formal application, that created a problem. I don't have a problem supporting this, in part because it's the Legion and because I know how many people use that building. But I do understand the position you feel you're in, and I absolutely respect that and understand where you're coming from. Any other
How are we
comments?
going to pay for it? And then I would like CAO Rob Simmons to say, are we acting outside of our policy? And does this qualify as in kind? I just need an answer so that it's
CAO
clear.
Simons, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and look at it would appear to me, and as someone who's recently joined the organization, that this appears to be a bit ambiguous. I hear some members of council speaking to this being in terms of a contribution in kind, and I've also heard it characterized as being a grant, and I'll leave it to council to deduce which is the more accurate. A couple of observations is that first I heard Councillor McKay ask the question about in terms of moving outside of policy. And I'm not suggesting you move outside or you not move outside, but by virtue of council's authority, council always has the authority to deviate from policy. It should always be informed deviation. It should be informed by a particular set of circumstances that would cause council to ponder the need to do so. I don't know enough of the history on this matter to be able to speak in that granularity to it. I just heard you speak, Your Worship, talking about a site visit some time ago when conversations were had relative to what could happen on that site. So again, I'm not begging off of this. I'm just in terms of, I'm hearing members of council characterize this in two different fashions. And so the question was just asked to me, are we deviating from policy? And the question that in order to the preface to that, is this a grant policy or is this a contribution in kind? And again, I'm not begging off. It just as someone who has come to the working with council in most recent months, I don't have that corporate knowledge to be able to speak emphatically to that. So again, I know that's a non-answer to a question, but that is a truthful analysis on my part. Thank you.
Councillor McKay?
If we transfer $20,000 to an organization, is that in kind?
To my understanding, the monies are not being transferred to the organization. They're being allocated to the project that's being undertaken by the town.
It's their money. How are we paying for it? So all of that extra that came onto it has to come from a budget that is very tight, but we, just like that, gave $20,000.
We're not
No one
expecting staff to answer. It will come out of, I assume this is partly a COA or partly tax.
Our ACOA grant is tapped out at $575,000. So any contributions, any additional contributions to the project would come out of capital reserves.
I do think we need to be careful when you say in kind or it was a grant. It was definitely not a grant.
Not a
It
grant.
definitely was for information purposes. And so as responding to the public, Jody has, her opinions are valid, just like you said, Mayor Donovan. But we just need to be clear, because if you do this in kind, there's gonna be somebody else that will come up and say, you did it for one person, why didn't you do it for another? So, I mean, I do agree that council has the will to act outside of policy, but we are kind of acting outside of policy right now, unless you say, I don't know, well, I mean, I don't know what
think it's
it's not a policy.
It's not a grant policy.
yeah. So I'm not familiar with the terms of in kind, like from the process of in kind, I guess. I'm not clear. So Rob, if you can maybe explain that a little better.
No, I was actually going to, through the chair to Councillor Ingham, I was going to echo your comments, and you basically said previously, I commented that if council is contemplating moving outside of policy, which councils from time to time will make that determination, but it has to be, abundantly clear as to what has caused council to migrate from policy so that it gets recorded. So to address exactly what Councillor Ingham spoke of in terms of addressing the Me Too provisions in the community that get created, where someone says, well, you did it for one group, why are you not doing it for me? So all I'm saying is that by articulating it around the horseshoe and speaking as to what makes this unique, that would cause council to support it, that is where I would suggest that is something that would be compelling for council to do, so as to negate the potential that Councillor Ingham just spoke of.
That is what I'm worried about. What if we do it once? What if the next person comes in and says, like I say, I'm not anti it. I just need to know that we are making an our strategic plan says we will make informed decisions. If we are going to do that, this was put on our agenda. And we're gonna make a $20,000 decision that could impact us for years to come. So what makes this special? And let's articulate it and make sure it's public, so that, because if the farmer's market comes next week and says it's an integral part of our community, it is. Can you pave an extra 15 spots here? What are we going to say? I think it's a slippery slope. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I just need to know where we all sit. So we say why we're doing this, so we don't have to do it every time someone asks. Or maybe we want to do it every time someone asks, but at least you have a reason why.
You're like Councillor Deravos, your light went off.
I mean, people can ask that question of every grant that we say yes to. I mean, we just gave money to the curling club and
We haven't yet.
Right, you haven't-
not a grant, but we're, okay, some grant in the past. People come and ask us for money and we have certain things. I think, there are various ways in which we can support organizations that we think are valuable. This is a valuable organization to our community. And I think at the time that they came to ask for support, yes, it was a information, but it was also embedded in that presentation was a request for support without the knowledge of what it would cost. Not necessarily. No, I mean, when I worked for the college, we used to provide in-kind support all the time to community organizations that involved staff time. It could involve materials from the carpentry program. It could involve everything that we provided in kind. We could attach an actual dollar value to. It was not a grant. It was still an in-kind contribution. Organizations do that all the time, especially if you want to provide support and you don't have a grant mechanism available. So in my view, this does qualify as in-kind. It's an organization that we value. We know that the work that they provide to the community is valuable work. We're supporting the veteran. Like, there's so many reasons to support what they're doing. And I guess from an aesthetic perspective, it makes it a lot easier for everybody that this all get done together. There's a safety issue around the walkway. I think there are many, I guess I'm just very comfortable doing it. And I don't think it's a sign of favoritism or anything. And if somebody else comes and asks for, in kind, we would evaluate it in the same way that we're evaluating this project. So it's not excluding anyone.
Councillor Palmer?
I think I don't disagree with what anybody's saying. The one thing we should consider is that because this is part of a big tender, the cost of doing this is probably substantially cheaper than if they went and did it themselves. I'm guessing that if we're hearing 20 grand for that, is that what the number was, Alex? That if you came and just did it themselves, it would be a $30,000 to $40,000 job. So that would, to me, would be why we should do it now. And I'm very much in support of this.
Question.
All right. I was just going to answer, you asked Councillor McKay what made this different. I think Councillor Palmer's comment is exactly right. If we were not going to do any paving, we wouldn't probably go in and pave it. We would say, come and ask for a formal grant. I do know that there are, we're putting a lot of money into recreation facilities for kids, for adults. There are a huge number of seniors who use that facility. I didn't know about the weddings, but I can see that. And I'm quite sure that if we should approach the Legion and say, we'd like to have our Christmas party. We always have problems finding a place for a Christmas party, but those kinds of things that we could commit to X number. And I think they would just do that because they are the Legion. They do provide a lot of services, a lot of helping services to seniors. And so I do support them, but I think that it is literally site specific in this case and organizational specific. I'm sure if we owned land beside the Lions, which is a facility that we and the communities use a lot, if we were paving and they wanted something paved, that's kind of good neighbors. I don't know if you call that in kind, but it's good neighbors. But anyways, if there's no others comments, I will call the question. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. All right. Then we have, and Barb Shaw, would you like to come up and walk us through this? This was an add-on for tonight. I'm looking at my sheet. And this is because we don't meet until May. We realized that we needed to bring this discussion point forward. Barb.
Thank you, through Mayor Donovan to council, with apologies for walking this on. But as Mayor Donovan said, we were coming up to the deadline to renew the rental of the porta potty at the library location. I wanted to take a moment and provide council with an update on where we are with those, basically with the supports that we're providing at that location. So at this point in time, the porta potty is there. It is being used. We've had no issues with it, thankfully. And to the best of our knowledge, it's being used by folks in the community. It's also being used by individuals who are sheltering close to the library property, who have expressed their gratitude for having that available. Conversations have been progressing quite well with Railtown, where we do have a lease. The current lease is from basically sunup to sundown to offer the use of 2 washrooms at that location. The folks at Railtown are supportive of that switching to a 24/7 operation. We've also done a little bit of a deep dive with staff to see if there would be any impacts. Nothing that is alarming at this time. We think that we can handle that. So we don't have a document signed at this point in time. So we thought it would be prudent to come back and just basically give you that update. So we are working towards opening the washrooms at Railtown 24/7. But in light of the fact that all members of the community are using the washrooms that are currently located at Roby Tufts, you might want to consider keeping that portable toilet in place until potentially a time for review, which would happen in July before council is on a break, just to provide additional support specifically to folks who are going to be at community oven events after hours. So that's the update. I can answer questions, but you have a couple of possibilities for motions depending on what direction you would like to go in.
Why don't we get questions, and that will help us decide which of the motions we'd like to put forward. Are there any questions or comments from council?
I just wanted to say I've received positive feedback to that porta potty from individuals who walk the trails and say that's about the time they need to find a washroom. And they're very grateful that they have that there. So it is being used by many more people in the community than I ever thought would make use of it. So, yeah.
Any other comments? Councillor McKay?
How are we making it with permanent structures on that end? We talked about the farmer's market, something else that's a little more permanent than a porta potty in that area.
Absolutely. So to that point, I can confirm that while we haven't added a permanent structure, the library has kind of extended hours for their washroom. So that was providing an immediate support. Some conversations did happen with the folks at the market. Again, they are tenants. So that's happened with Kelly Marie as opposed to Acadia, who are the property owners. There would be a significant amount of work required, some renos, there would be some staffing considerations. So it certainly is a conversation that we can continue to have, but it's certainly not going to be a quick fix. So Railtown definitely is the barrier that's the easiest to remove. But yeah, thank you for asking.
Councillor Palmer?
You say the library's got extended hours now? Is that what you said?
Not for the library services, but there is the possibility to use the washroom a little bit earlier.
So how do we decide which of these motions? Because they're kind of the same. One is that we approve the extension until such time, so that could be next month or next week. And the other one is to leave it for an evaluation in July. So they could be the same time or they might not be. So how do we decide which one?
I would just keep it simple and use the first one, to be honest. I mean, because then you're bringing it back. Like, as long as it's needed, and then,
Well,
when it's-
there's a,
no?
well, the first one says approve until Railtown is open. So Railtown potentially could be open next week.
Yeah, so.
Or, and,
Oh, okay.
and then there are some people who are liking to use the
Use
one
it.
that's there now through, for the oven. That's the really
Okay,
the
so you're
difference.
thinking then the second
Well,
one.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
the
that's
difference.
fine.
I just think with the community oven, often going hours beyond the library time, it would be handy for the summer, for sure. So I'd go with the second one.
Okay, Councillor Palmer.
I never use the library in the evenings, so I always use in the afternoons. How late does the library stay open?
I wish I had an answer for you. And I don't, I apologize. Yeah, it really, and I think that's the piece that we're recognizing. Again, it was Councillor McKay who was really pushing that whatever we're doing should be accessible to all people in the community. And we've certainly found that by putting the portable toilet in that location, it is being used and appreciated. So that was why the thought was to bring forward the possibility to extend it to support some of the other activities that we know will be happening in Roby Tufts, as well as people using the trail or even coming into the market.
Just to answer your question.
now.
Sorry. Library is open like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8. Friday, Saturday is open till 5, and then Sunday. It's open till 5.
Not really.
Yeah,
Okay,
so just 3 days a week, it's open till 8.
so.
Yeah.
Well, let's put one on then. Right, sure. I can do it, sure.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
So I would move that council approve extending the porta potty service for reevaluation in July to provide extra washroom facilities for events in Roby Tufts Park and until the Railtown washrooms are open on a 24-hour service schedule.
Seconder, thank you, Councillor Madeira Voss. Is there any other comments, questions? Call the question. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. And I think that being the end of our business, motion to adjourn, please. Okay. Councillor Palmer, and I'll go with, even though our cheat sheet